this is because this is Aristotle. This was my other tab I had open. Can I like full screen? Dude, how do I do this? I'll put you guys over here. And then grab this. It's the book. I also have to find what music to do. Because we can't just have like this therapy music going the whole time. Oh, God. Sorry. That hurts. Hello, Mark. Have a good day, Prisa. Thank you. Gee, that one hurt. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. Does Plato also debate on brushes? Perhaps. Gesundheit, thank you. Alright, don't worry, I'm just adjusting, okay. Can I pull this one down too? Yeah. So we got our Plato 5 dialogues right here. And our glasses are, just glasses. Now, we will begin. Wait, never mind, we still have to find... I don't have anything for the animation of that. I curse you. Really catch streams, it's 3 AM. 3 AM? Holy smokes, Mark. Don't stay up too late. Don't stay up too late. Jeez. I was reading philosophy today. That's what I'm doing. Hello, Golden. Salutations, Golden. Is that that? Oh, it's a different cowgirl VTuber. She looks cute though. Calm jazz for reading. How about that? Cafe jazz. Cafe jazz for reading. She's a possum cowgirl. Oh. Cute. I only know one cowgirl. Sorry, that sneeze really knocked the freaking crumbs out of me, man. Philosophy time, indeed. I'm finally pulling it up. Philosophy music. Yes, you gotta get the thinker's music. Intellectual flower. Hello, Judgment. Have a good day, have yourself. And, hello, Stormy. Have a good day, have yourself. Guys, I have to clear my throat really bad. And also, hello, Ninja. I hope you're good day, have yourself. I hope you're well. I hope you're nice as ice. I hope everyone is. Hold on. Okay, alright, there we go. Reminds me, I'm supposed to read Nietzsche. I haven't done so. Well, maybe this will make you want to. Maybe it will. Yep, there's this mug. Okay. I think I'm good now, yeah. Alright, so, I was gonna start with apology, because I heard that you should start with apology. Because it's a good, introduction into into the format that everything should be taken in, kind of like, right? It's the most simplistic part and kind of the most important parts as well of this. Apology means like to explore and learn, right? Not like the modern definition. I am not sure, but I heard that apology is the word that they used in the past. Yes, for trial defense. So you would do an apology before the court, before the jury. Did they have a jury? Dude, I don't know about the Greek court, but yeah, basically like that too. Like, please, man, I'm so sorry for it. You know, you're not supposed to be standing up for yourself, but Socrates did. So Socrates? Socrates. Is that ever gonna stick, man? Jeez. And also, Socrates is, if, I mean, I imagine everyone probably knows who Socrates is. Who is already here, at least. If anyone... If you... I mean, I don't know if anyone is also, like, kind of newer to philosophy. Socrates? Socrates? Dude. Okay, please correct me if I say it wrong. Socrates is a Greek philosopher from Socrates. Is it? Socrates? Okay. Thank you. Socrates is a Greek philosopher from years ago. And, you know, as a... Socrates. Why did you say Socrates then? Socrates, okay. Socrates would have loved my dress-up darling. He probably would have. Socrates and Plato. Socrates, wow. Were shipped? Were shipped. That's interesting. As far as I'm aware, they're just, they... What's it called? Schumann. Okay, first, Socrates. Oh god, Socrates? Socrates, okay. Dude. Yeah, Plato was one of those peoples. Guys. Socrates. Please, don't mind this. I need a mental. For some reason, it won't stick. It's like you're throwing a gum against the wall, but it's like hard or something, man. Apparently, I need to soften the gum up. Two guys, they both had girlfriends, stood and said, teach liquor. What? We're philosophers and kissed in the lips. I was something my philosophy class was always peak. That's wild. Sauerkrauties. Plato or Plato? Plato? Nope. Plato? Plato? I don't know. Because they're Greek, maybe. Sorry. So, yes, Plato was his pupil. But Socrates was, great Greek philosopher. Kind of like the basis of philosophy, I guess. So many... Was there much before? Or at least like major philosophy, as far as I'm aware. Major recorded philosophy in the way of thinking. Is that wrong? Sorry. This is just from what I've read, okay? And... hydrate, okay. What was it? Dude, I lost my train of thought. Like, this also helps because I can close my eyes and think without needing to... Okay. Alright guys, give me a second. Am I voice acting the voices? I don't know if I... Dude, that's my brain right now. I don't know if I can. We'll see. I guess we'll see. But yeah, and the strange thing is, he, despite being such a major figure in history, it's not like he was an author or anything. There were multiple people who recorded like things that he said and his experiences and their chats with him. And like even went as far as to try and use him as a character in situations by trying to have that character, be Socrates. Yes. Without his actual input, but just rather his way of thinking. Which I thought that was pretty interesting. So that's what the whole Socratic problem comes from. Pretty cool. You can't actually study from the guy himself. You have to study from the guys who knew him. The scattershot education in philosophy, though I do have much more clear focus on 20th and 21st century political philosophy. 20 I have not studied deeply on the ancient classics beyond the basics. I appreciate you doing this. I'm glad. Thank you too. Thank you too. Let's see. Okay. I think we're good. So yeah, we'll start on apology. This page intention. Wow, thank you. So what page is it? 21. So it's what? It's like 20. It's like 24 pages. That's not bad, man. That's not bad at all. Wow, Phaedo is like the longest. Wait, you guys can't see the whole page. Wait, why is it so? Wait, did I? Oh, it's because I was on the book cover, so it's different now. Oh man. Alright, let's try like here. Let's see. 21. There's like introduction. Should I read through this? Oh, this is kind of what I just said. Anyways, scooch over a little. Maybe make it a little smaller. There we go. So you can see everything here. Let's get the beloved out here for notes. At the time of his trial, because I read through this and then a little bit of the thing. He was a well-known character expounding his philosophy of life in the streets of Athens to anyone who cared to listen. His mission, which he explains in an apology, was to expose the ignorance of those who thought themselves wise, and to try to convince his fellow citizens that every man is responsible for his own moral attitudes. So, yeah, that's what he's about, pretty much. I'm just trying to see if there's anything like besides it. Sophists? Yeah, it's probably fine. Or is it? Here, okay guys, I'm gonna read this. Alright, just read it, Flower. At the time of his trial and execution in 399 BC, Socrates was 70 years of age. Dude, I pretty know this. He had lived through the Periclean age, when Athens was at the pinnacle of her imperial power and her cultural ascendancy. Then through 25 years of war with Sparta and the final defeat of Athens in 404, the oligarchic revolution that followed, and finally, the restoration of democracy. Hello, Coco. Hello. Hope you're good today. Hope you're so. Wow, I hope my stream was good too. Oh, hello, Alex. Thank you for the follow. Miss Coco. Silly little creature. I'm happy that you're streaming again. I like your new model. I saw it. Hi, Coco. Hi. How's your stream? I love philosophy. Good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Rest well. Hello. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, thank you, Trail. But yeah, Coco is quite the silly gal. She's funny. She's cute. You get best of both worlds with her. So please do check her out. There's a stream of debauched milk drinking. What? Huh. Also, hello, Bona. I hope you're good today. I hope you're well. He was crazy old. We are just starting, actually. You can see it right in my hand. Plato, 5 dialogues. It's what a lot of people recommend to start with when you're delving into philosophy. Garage contains more milking than you would think. Garage does. Garage? Garage. Noted. Noted. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Thank you for the raid again, and I hope you have a good night. Or you can relax, sorry, my brain is like half working right now. Post-stream niceness, I hope you can relax well. I've always been a fan of Wittgen. Who is Wittgenstein? Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Souls. I've been told I should never read Nietzsche. Like me as Flower should adjust glasses. Never read Nietzsche, but I don't know. Garage, bad dream adventure, dude. I had a bad dream last night, actually. Like it's kind of scary, man. Maybe it was the milk. Maybe it was the milk after all. Nietzsche is fine. Yeah, I was just told I shouldn't read Nietzsche because I'm too positive, and Nietzsche will kill my fire. You like philosophy? I recommend looking for the Philosophy Overdose channel. Peak philosophy classes. I just started. Like, this is my introduction into philosophy, actually. This is the first time I've ever interacted anything related to philosophy outside of anything directly philosophical, right? I've copied and pasted it into my own little channel. Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you for the suggestion. So he was pretty freaking old for the time. At the time, 70. Wow. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He's an important figure, so of course he's gonna have good food, good health. And a man as smart as him isn't just gonna, not take care of himself. Will you climb philosophies, or viewers will recommend? I have no idea. I will not lie to you, Thunder. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this right yet. I think I'm just gonna Socrates, yes. I think I'm just gonna focus on the Greek philosophers, the base building blocks first, right? Or the big blocks, I guess. The majors. So we were here. His mission, which he explains... Oh no, for most of this time he was a well-known character. After he had lived through the Periclean age when Athens was at her pinnacle. Yes. Local humor's intro. Wow, intro. Okay, I'll copy and paste this too. Thank you. Let's check it out. So he was there during Athens' peak and the cultural growth, and then through 25 years of war with the Spartans, and the final defeat of Athens, and the revolution that followed, and the restoration of democracy. So he actually saw so much during his lifetime. That is wild. For most of it, he was a well-known character. That makes sense why you... Oh yeah, I saw that one. To show what he was doing to be accused. Do you think I should still check out apology first? Here, let me change the title first off. 5 dialogues. Cause honestly, I'll probably read 2. I'll probably read both fucking. Do you think this makes sense? Yeah. This is where my professor started us. I assume it's good. Okay. Okay. I think. Yeah. Let's see. For most of this time, he was a well-known character, expounding his philosophy of life in the streets of Athens to anyone who cared to listen. His mission, quote-unquote, which he explains in the Apology, was to expose the ignorance of those... Okay, I read that one. Basically, expose men that think they're too high on their horse, I guess. That you're responsible for your own morals towards others. The early dialogues of Plato, of which euthyphro, dude, that's a hard one, euthyphro, is a good example, show him seeking to define ethical terms and asking awkward questions. There is no reason to suppose that these questions were restricted to the life of the individual. Indeed, if he questioned the basic principles of democracy and adopted towards it anything like the attitude Plato attributes to him, it is no wonder that the restored democracy should consider to him to have a bad influence on the young. So, it is no wonder that the restored democracy considered him to have a bad influence on the young, because of the fact that he was asking these awkward questions, because he was, making others uncomfortable in a way. But it's good to know the definitions of the things that you're actually doing, to take a closer look, to take a second glance at your stuff. Hello there. Oh, we could say yourself. Babies, thank you. You should have a copy of the Trial and Death of Socrates on the Socrates on the desk. So this is a group. Group? Is group like a word? What, or like a language? What is group? I hope we could say everyone's coming out for philosophy. I mean, it's unique, I guess. So, it's new. The Socratic method. Don't spoil it, you guys. Is the GMA group translation. I mean, actually, like, if you ask me, it's super surprising how many of you guys are, like, already familiar with philosophy. Like, what? I feel like I've been left out, man. What? How many people have actually, like, read philosophy? I thought it was kind of a minor thing, but I suppose it kind of makes sense for people who have more aspirations to life than just working, I guess. Right? Curious minds. Yes, exactly. Aha, I see. VTuber fans can be nerds. That's impossible. Yeah, but you have like VTuber fans who. Dude, you got like VTuber fans who just like watching the cute girls, and then you got VTuber fans who are like great artists, amazing artists, freaking philosophical readers. It's like, what? Dude, what? Like, oh my god, it is crazy. Maybe it's something in the wire, who knows. Also, thank you, Sakamoto. Thank you. Thank you for the support. I see them, Vera. How cool. And hello, Blitz. I hope you could say, I hope yourself. This was a good read. You love philosophy? Yeah, I'm just getting started. This is the first time I've ever delved into it. Let's see. If you've been recommended the apology comes first and be the only one out of order, I won't complain. The fact dialogues apparently should be read multiple times anyway, as new thoughts bloom in the previously read parts upon reread. Right. I think that makes sense. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Dude, I really should have grabbed some water today. Or some tea. Maybe I'll consider making some Fiddler soft. Yeah. Also, I hope you're good today, Tazami. Sorry, I think I missed you. The scholars. And wait, did I say hi to you, Sorian? See there? No, I'm drinking water. But I should have made tea with some honey. It was really good. Hello, Pino. Hope you're good today. Hope you're so help you. I'm uniquely philosophical among all my friends, but in this and even Tato's community, there's some folk who read much more than me. It is surprising. I think it's okay. We're kind of branching sideways real quick, but like VTubing as a hobby is just so like innately creative. As much as it is just a lot of it is characters on the screen. It's a creative hobby, streaming, making unique content. yeah. So, no, Brewer. No, Brewer. Okay. So basically, yes, it makes sense. That he would be, disliked for his curiosity. A performance artist. Hey! Imagine flesh tubers having a bald redeem. Dude, I'm never having a bald redeem myself. Might have to join that. TBH doesn't give philosophy any thought. Well, that's completely okay. Like, some people might just not really see anything in it. And that's completely okay too. But I hope you're good today, Pim Pam. I hope you're so. It's not meant for everyone. It's just curiosity, right? It's just curious stuff. With the with the development of democracy and in the intellectual ferment of the 5th century. Intellectual ferment. Right, like as society got more modern, or more advanced. I see. A need was felt for higher education. To satisfy it, there arose a number of traveling teachers who were called the sophists. All of them taught rhetoric, the art of public speaking, which was a powerful weapon since all the important decisions were made by the assemblies of adult male citizens or in the courts with very large juries. It is not surprising that Socrates was often confused with these sophists in the public mind, for both of them were apt to question established and inherited values. But their differences were vital. The sophists professed to put men on the road to success, whereas Socrates disclaimed that he taught anything. His conversations aimed at discovering the truth, at acquiring that knowledge and understanding of life, and its values that he thought were the very basis of the good life and of philosophy, to him a moral as well as an intellectual pursuit. Hence his celebrated paradox that virtue is knowledge, and that when men do wrong, it is only because they do not know any better. We are often told that in this theory, Socrates ignored the will, but that is in part a misconception. The aim is not to choose the right, but to become the sort of person who cannot choose the wrong, and who no longer has any choice in the matter. Okay, hold on. The development... Okay, so sophists exist. Yeah, that makes sense. Because higher education... Traveling teachers... Traveling, though. I don't know why traveling. Why not just make better schools? Maybe they just didn't have enough people? or they didn't have the good enough like circle, right? Teach, good teacher, teach person, person like person learns, person becomes good teacher. They weren't there. They taught rhetoric, but Socrates himself rather just taught anything, just talked about anything. Not focusing on just impressing others or wanting to win over others in a way, but to know more, to think more, I suppose. I see. The aim is not to choose. Okay, this is a hard one though. The aim is not to choose the right, but to become the person who cannot choose the wrong and who no longer has any choice in the matter. I don't know if this means morally. It must just be talking about morally, right? Like if you have high enough morals, how can you stand to want to lead others in the wrong direction? Excuse me, holy smokers! You left it up to the listener to make their own conclusions rather than teaching them what to think. Right, like teaching them how to think rather than teaching them directly what to think, perhaps. Yapping in public was to... What? Was the way to go back in ancient Greece. Yeah. It reminds me of like in Assassin's Creed and stuff, you see those people sitting on the podiums. There's probably dead people like that, the soap boxes. I thought it was like, if you're educated, then you won't do crime. I mean... Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of what I meant, in just other words. Because I meant the aim is not to choose the right, so become knowledgeable enough that you cannot morally choose to hurt others, I guess. And if you're doing crime, I mean that's hurting others. I guess? I don't know, that's just what I see from it. I just pull the morality out of it. If I'm not thinking of this moral-wise, then I don't understand. Because if they're smarter, then I mean, if they're not smarter morally, then of course they'll just choose the bad decisions that make them, make them, shoot. Bring them up higher. And like stepping on others. I guess that's the difference, right? Stepping on others to rise aside of... Stepping on others to rise up versus rising up entirely on your own. Maybe. I think education came second to other institutions like agriculture, craftsmanship, and more. So perhaps not all were available at the time to be educated. Same for training my work provider in North America. That was yeah, at the same time. That's what makes sense, actually, because of, older societies. It was important to have a strong military. It was important to have food for your people. Like, you just didn't have as much fallbacks and homes and all of that, so it makes more sense. Since it's kind of a core aspect of Western morality. See, I can tell it's an important sentence. It just feels like it has so much in it. And I guess that's part of why my brain got a bit stuck on it. Like what Gandhi said, there is no road to peace. Peace is the road. Kind of, wow. Oh, I thought that was an emote from Utria. Very, very cute. Like, what Gandhi said, there is no road to peace, peace is the road. Kind of that vibe. Yeah. Yeah. This is what he sometimes expresses as becoming like a god for the gods, as he puts it in euthyphro. Love the pious. Oh god. What is a pious? And so the right. What is a pious? Pious. Love the... Ooh! Thunder! It's gonna storm? I guess it's gonna storm, guys. Pious. Love the pious. What? What does he mean by this? Yeah, sorry. Pious God-fearing. Pious. God-fearing. God-obeying. This is what he sometimes expresses as becoming like a god for the gods, as he puts it in euthyphro. Love the pious. Those who... The religious. Love the religious. Love the devoutly religious. And so the right, because it is right. They cannot do otherwise, no longer have any choice at all, and they cannot be the cause of evil. In the perspective of their own religions, though, no. It feels greatly opinionated, no? Like I'm not... Expresses as becoming like a god for the gods, as he puts it in. I love the religious because it is right. Yeah, guys, there's some thunder. I'm not sure what this exactly means. I guess, I guess it just means like they're trying not to hurt people for the most part. The aim is not to choose the right, but to become the sort of person who cannot choose the wrong and who no longer has any choice in the matter. Maybe I'll just run away from it for now. I think I can just run away from it for now. I don't have to strictly understand every single word in it. I can skip I can skip some knowledge here and there, cause it's gonna be a lot. I'm on page. Bro, I read one page. Yeah, no, I have to keep reading. This is what he... Oh, fudge. He's trying to get across the idea of living a certain way, rather than trying to complete a process to achieve something. You can just read the thing. Yeah, but I like to... Intros are for nerds. How long is the intro? I'm almost done with the intro, I just have this. Philosophy, huh? Hated that class. They asked weird questions and I actually philosophized. But if they were mad, and others just rephrased passages from the text. I had to read as the answers and that made the teacher happy. I'm sorry to hear that, students are. Hopefully. I think, reading it on your own is probably better, I imagine. Don't worry, this is no class today. It's just a group read, I suppose. And thoughts. But I hope you're good today. I hope you're well. Yeah, I think you're right, Sakamoto. The idea of living a certain way rather than trying to complete a process to achieve something. Like, they have their way of living. And that they know? Yeah. Sure. The translations in this volume... Yeah, the gods of wisdom. Yeah, right. Cheerful of philosophy. Care for some Mr. Beast or Kaisi not Miss Flower? Dude. I'm good. I never watched either. Never gonna. Probably not. The translations in this volume give the full Platonic account of the drama of Socrates' trial and death and provide vivid presentations of Socrates' discussions with his friends and younger contemporaries on the nature of piety, on the nature of religion, on the nature of being devout, the justice of obedience to state authority, the relation between philosophical knowledge and human virtue, and the wonders as well as the demands of the life devoted to philosophy. The The references to the coming trial and its charges in euthyphro are a kind of introduction to this drama. The apology is Plato's version of Socrates' speech to the jury in his own defense. In Crito, we find Socrates refusing to save his life by escaping into exile. Meno shows Socrates debating in his characteristic way with Meno on the nature and teachability of human virtue, also examining Meno's slave boy on a question of geometry, in order to prove the pre-existence of our souls and our ability to learn by rigorously examining our own opinions. Right, because that's kind of part of it, right? That's kind of part of his method, is checking yourself, that's something that I like to talk about too. I think you're doing philosophy. Yeah, right. Like, I'm trying to make sure that in the past I've had problems. Like, like you read like 5 pages and then you say, can I really remember what I just read? Can I really say that I just read these pages if I don't understand them? If I just said them in my head, if I just read them? Yeah, so that's why often when I read nowadays, I try to do like a recap in my head to see what is your understanding, question my own understanding on what I just read. Also, thank you for the subscription, Glenn. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it a lot. My teacher used to make us read a page and then fully explain what we got from it. Worked wonders. Yeah, it's good. I was in special classes for elementary. I was in a special classes for a bit, but I don't remember why. I have no idea why. I just remember being there, and then they were like, and then they kicked me out, and I was like, what? Yeah, it might have been too nice. Fido gives an account on his discussion with his friends. I do not intend to be reading Meno or Crito, Meno, or Fido today. At most, especially at the rate we're going, I might even just end up reading Jesus, man, how do you say this? Euthyphro today. But we'll see. I would like to get through the apology, but it does take a lot of time. By doing that sort of thing, by rechecking and making sure you understand, it does take time. So, Phaedo is his last day of life, and thoughts on the immortality of the soul, which I'm actually kind of excited to get that. Like, I've read this and like a page or two of Euphrates. Phaedo really interests me. Out of all of these, I think that one interests me the most. Just from hearing these short little things, right? The influence of Socrates on his contemporaries can hardly be exaggerated, especially on Plato, but not on Plato alone, for a number of authors wrote on Socrates in the early 4th century BC, and his influence on later philosophers, largely through Plato, was also very great. This impact on his contemporaries, at least, was due not only to his theories, but in large measure to his character and personality, that serenely self-confident personality that emerges so vividly from Plato's writings, and in particular from his account of Socrates' trial, imprisonment, and execution. With few exceptions, this translation follows the Oxford text. Okay. I've read a few pages or something late, but thinking about those pages and try to get me GF to think about it with me in a rainbow now. She just want to sleep. Yeah. The cycle. It's been a while since I read something new. So. Alright. Let me just take a bite of pickle. I gotta do a pickle. Cha 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 cha. My brain. Cha 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 cha. Cha 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 cha. Yeah. Cha 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 cha. Awesome. Wow, I just realized I ripped apart this napkin so bad, guys. That's not good. Actually, I have an idea. Considering how my throat feels from just reading this, guys, I think I'm gonna go throw some water in the microwave, and then I'll get like I'll come back and get my mug ready and stuff, and like read during that time. So just so I don't hurt my throat, because this is gonna be a lot of reading. Hold up. I'll be good today, first of all. Today we're making, yeah, water in the microwave. Just set it to 4 minutes and it's boiled. BRB, okay? I'm just gonna throw it in the microwave and then I'll come back for the cooker. Good. Okay. Also, gonna turn that down. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I forgot. But yeah, I'm actually cooking it in the microwave, yeah. Because it takes so long to put it on the stove. Excuse me. I don't know what to have today. Like, flavor-wise? Never mind, I only have one flavor. Today, toasted coconut. Which, I just realized I actually have to go to the bathroom too, so I'm gonna run to the bathroom and... Okay, so... No, I can wait like another minute. Today, toasted coconut almond bark. It's black tea. Brand is Bigelow or something. This is what I usually have whenever I have tea. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm just gonna wait another minute. Then I'm gonna add the honey, because if you guys were not aware, some tea and honey is really good for your throat. It soothes it really well. So if you are talking for long periods of time, you should definitely use it. Also, I just realized how loud my AC was. My bad. Where are we? Yeah, I read. Let's see, where did I read? Dude, look at this, by the way. Half the page? Half of the. More than half of the page? Actually, it is just half the page. It's just the definitions of the words that they use. It's kind of fun. Or not definitions, but I guess. Oh, is it called subnotes? Footnotes? Sorry. Okay, baby. Grabbing tea. Okay. Sorry. I was searching up on ChatGPT right now what all that meant, dude. Nah. Nah, I would never. I'm not do that. That is like so fake. Holy smoke. This is zombie. Really? What we could say? Alfisa. Alfiro. Yeah, we're just watching some, watching. We're reading philosophy today. I have breadsticks. Hey, you're gonna attract the mean to her. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. Alright, now we can start. My tea is currently steeping, and I'm ready for it. As soon as it's done. euthyphro is making some rice into your chicken breast. That sounds good. I just had a Me personally, I just had a burger. I just had a burger and well, I'm still chomping on the dill pickle and grapes. Pretty good. Mason, sure. I'll send the link. Euthyphro. Excuse me. Okay, am I done with the interruptions? I think so. Euthyphro. Euthyphro is surprised to meet Socrates near the King Archon's court, for Socrates is not the kind of man to have business with courts of justice. Socrates explains that he is under indictment by one Miletus. By one Miletus. Miletus is a person, or Miletus is a... Okay, Miletus is a person. For corrupting the young, and for not believing in the gods. How far down can I go? Okay. Far up can I go? Okay, so it's like middle. For not believing in the gods in whom the city believes. After a brief discussion of this, Socrates inquires about Euthyphro's business at court and is told that he is prosecuting his own father for the murder of a laborer who is himself a murderer. His family and friends believe his course of action to be impious, but Euthyphro explains that in this they are mistaken and reveal their ignorance of the nature of piety. Piety? Piety. This naturally leads Socrates to ask, what is piety? And the rest of the dialogue is devoted to a search for a definition of piety, illustrating the Socratic search for universal definitions of ethical terms, to which a number of early Platonic dialogues are devoted. As usual, no definition is found that satisfies Socrates. Okay, so that's just like a brief thing of what is really happening here, what's going to happen, I suppose. Greek term hosion means, in the first instance, the knowledge of the proper ritual in prayer and its performance. But Euthyphro uses it in a wider sense of pious conduct, or pious. And that's the word is practically equivalent to righteousness, the transition being by, okay. Euthyphro contains several passages with important philosophical implications, as well as an excellent example of the early quote-unquote Socratic dialogues. Okay, and also talk about the gods and piety, I suppose. Piety. Dude, I gotta make like a vocab list or something. There. Piety. I think this is done now. What's new, Socrates? Okay, so now we actually get to the dialogue. What's new, Oh great, footnote on the first one, dude. We know nothing about Euthyphro except what we can gather from the dialogue. We also gotta read Plato's Republic. Is that his play? No, his play is Clouds, isn't it? The Republic, I've heard that it's good too. No. Maybe I will, it depends how much I wanna explore different people first. And then from there, if I really enjoy Plato, then it's another Socrates thing. Right. Like part Socrates, but also parts Plato, because it's written from Plato's perspective. So, oh wow. Holy smokers. Smile! Smiles. Smiles. Grins. Smirks. Hello, elevators. Smile. Hello, Mr. Malvin. I hope you could say, I hope you're so, and I hope all the readers are too. I hope you guys had a good stream. We're doing a philosophy reading today, so I hope you're ready to learn. No. It's okay. You don't have to learn. Yes. Yes. We talked about Fint. Average Malphon stream, I guess. If you guys do not know Mr. Malphon, he is quite the witty little thing. He's funny blue changeling. I just collabed with him on Montreal yesterday to play some Dokapon, and that was fun. If you were in the Discord, you probably saw. It was a lot of fun. He's a good friend, so please do check him out. Yes. Yeah, thank you for the raid, and I hope you can relax in whichever way. And I hope you enjoyed your French talks. Yes. Thank you for the follow, and hello, Scholarly. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we are literally just starting, because look at this. As soon as you start, you get to his name, and then bam, footnote. Dude. We know nothing about euthyphro, except what we can gather from this dialogue. He is obviously a professional priest who considers himself an expert on ritual and on piety. Generally, it seems is generally so considered. So he's considered by others as well. That's what it means. One euthyphro is mentioned in Plato's Cratylus, who's given to some adjective, I guess. But I'm not sure if it's the same person. Okay, so might as well just assume this is the first and the last time we'll ever see this guy, and that he's never been recorded besides this. What's new, Socrates, to make you leave your usual haunts in Elysium? I'm gonna say Elysium. And spend your time here by the King Archon's court. Surely you're not prosecuting anyone before the King Archon as I am. The Elysium was an outdoor gymnasium just outside the walls of Athens. Yes, I know this one. Where teenage young men engage in exercises and athletic competitions. So it's kind of like it's like the gym. Well, yeah, literally. But it's like where all the men hang out, the young and growing minds. Socrates and other intellectuals carried on discussions with them there and exhibited their skills. See the beginnings of Plato's stuff and this other stuff for reference to others. The King Archon, one of the 9 principal magistrates of Athens, had the responsibility to oversee religious rituals and purifications. Okay. And as such had an oversight of legal cases involving offenses against gods, whose worship was a function, and it was regarded as an offense to offend them. So, of course, religion is very, very deemed greatly. Of course. Socrates says gymtism, just like me, for real. Yeah. Well, everyone did then. There's no computers to go on. Of course the men are gonna just get, like, buff, man. I mean, most of them are gonna go into, like, some sort of military anyway. And even then, I don't think many allowed themselves to become... I mean, there wasn't... It was kind of hard to... As long as you were, like, eating. You know, a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of stuff you do. The Athenians do not call this a prosecution, but an indictment, Euthyphro. What is this you say? Someone must have indicted you, for you are not going to tell me you have indicted someone else. No, indeed, but someone else has indicted you. Quite so. Who is he? I do not really know him myself, Euthyphro. He is apparently young and unknown. Oh, also, I hope you're good today. They call him Miletus, I believe. He belongs to the Pythian deme. If you know anyone from that deme called Miletus with long hair and not much of ears and a rather aquiline nose. I don't know him, Socrates. What charge does he bring against you? So basically, from this page, Socrates is being indicted, yes, by Miletus. What's this one? A deme was, in effect, one of the villages of Attica to the Pissing in the attic. Okay. Pissing in the village. Okay. Athenian citizens had first of all to be enrolled and recognized as citizens of the James. Oh, okay. So it's like the sects, the sectors, I suppose. In Athens, yeah, citizenship was a complex term that involved political and military duties and threat of ostracization. Yeah, so you don't wanna don't wanna seem like a lazy bones. I've heard Socrates himself was a decent warrior in his younger years. I would not doubt. Because surely he wouldn't just... I feel like it would be really hard to ignore any sort of participation in, war? Not exactly war, but battles, I suppose, back then. What's charged? A not a noble one, I think. Here, let me take a sip first, actually. I don't have any milk, by the way, so it's just sugar and honey. I hope it's good. It's been a long time since I've had some tea. Oh god. Guys, I had too much sugar. Yeah, that's too much sugar. Well, too late now. I just bought 5 gallons of milk. Cool, okay, can you ship me one? That'd be awesome. It's kind of dangerous to do that though, so be careful. What's charged is not a noble one, I think, or is no small thing for a young man to have knowledge of such an important subject. He says he knows how our young men are corrupted and who corrupts them. He is likely to be wise, and when he sees my ignorance... This is not quoted. I imagine it's supposed to mean, quote-unquote, ignorance. Corrupting his contemporaries, he proceeds to accuse me to the city as to their mother. I think he is the only one of our public men to start out the right way, for it is right to care first that the young should be as good as possible, just as a good farmer is likely to take care of the young plants first and the others later. So too Miletus first gets rid of us who corrupt the young shoots, as he says. Who corrupt the young shoots, as he says, yeah. And then afterwards he will obviously take care of the older ones and become a source of great blessings for the city, as seems likely to happen to one who started out this way. So the thing is, he's like on his side here. Kind of, right? Like he's not saying... He's likely to be wise. He's the only one of our public men to start out the right way. He likes to see that sort of thing that, as far as I know about him so far, he likes to question things. So he likes to see a youngin' immediately just question. But it's... interesting. It's nice to see that, though. That he's not just jumping at the thing of like, you know, like, oh man, yeah, dude, he freaking sucks. He's just some kid that doesn't know any better. No, he's holding him to a similar level as himself, even just because of the fact that he questions. Service guaranteed citizenship. Oh. I just asked the sugar to leave illegally asked it. Hello? Please leave, thank you. Wow, wait, you were kidding, it's like flying through the air. Aw, oh, man, it landed on my dill pickle. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. It seems my magic is, malfunctioning. I could wish this were true, Socrates, but I fear the opposite may happen. He seems to be He seems to me to start out by harming the very heart of the city by attempting to wrong you. Tell me, what does he say you do to corrupt the young? Strange thing is to hear him tell it, for he says that I am a maker of gods. God, I keep... Does it count as backseating if we look up the definition at mythology for vocab words? Feel free to. I'm just going over the... No, go with whatever you want. And if you come across something like, like contemporaries. Say you don't know what contemporaries is, yeah? Feel free to look it up, and I mean, if you can say it in chat too. Just don't like repeat it over and over and be like, every time it shows up, be like, contemporaries means this. And then contemporaries means this. Contemporary, you know. In fact, I encourage it so you can understand the text better. You can... Wow, your opinions can make change. It's true, it's true. I'm sorry, zombie. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about the sugar in my tea. Okay, I promise. It takes time for something to release. True. So I feel a hiccup coming. It's probably because I choked on my spit, man. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Wrong. I am always beautiful. And always have been. Thank you. Thank you. Where is it? This one? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. So piety definitely comes from Latin, known for duty, but frequently has a religious / higher context. Yes, and in the context of this, it is based around religion. A heavy religion. Purity was purity. So it definitely has got a lot to it. Strange things to hear him tell it, for he says that I am a maker of gods, and on the ground I create new gods, while not believing in the old gods. He has indicted me for their sake, as he puts it. So he's acting as... Oh, yeah, because that's what they were talking about before. He's acting as the god for the gods, or whatever. I understand, Socrates. This is because you say that the divine sign keeps coming to you. And Plato, Socrates always speaks of his divine sign or voice as intervening to prevent him from doing or saying something. But never positively. The popular view was that it enabled him to foretell the future, but euthyphro here represents that view. Note, however, that Socrates dissociates himself from quote-unquote you prophets. So he has this thing that he just calls this, like if he's like, he's like, my divine sign is telling me I should not say the word gyat or riz, right? Curse you for making me this way or something. I don't. Is it? I don't exactly understand. God for the gods is like he's their mouth, their conduits, like a pope. I mean, people believed in this a lot more. People took it a lot more seriously. But it feels so selfish to consider yourself that, no? I guess people, I don't know. I don't know religious backstories much, context. So it's okay. But he considers it, I forgot what the word is. Not good, or whatever, you know, bad against the gods. Heresy, perhaps? So he has written this indictment against you as one who makes innovations in religious matters. And he comes to court to slander you, knowing that such things are easily misrepresented represent it to the crowd. The same is true in my case. Whenever I speak of divine matters in assembly and foretell the future, they laugh down on me as if I were crazy, and yet I foretold nothing that did not happen. Nevertheless, they envy all of us who do this. One need not worry about them, but to meet them head on. Socratic duty, cringe at once of internet history. It's important. It's important. The assembly was a decision-making body, the final decision-making body of the Athenian democracy. My dear euthyphro, to be laughed at does not matter perhaps, for the Athenians do not mind anyone they think clever, as long as he does not teach his own wisdom. Oh! My dear euthyphro, to be laughed at does not matter perhaps, for the Athenians do not mind anyone they think clever, as long as he does not teach his own wisdom. But if they think he makes others to be like himself, they get angry, whether through envy, as you say, or for some other reason. To be laughed at does not matter, because he's laughed at here, right? He's saying, I was laughed at in the assembly for talking of divine matters. Socrates says it doesn't matter. For Athenians, the people do not mind people that they think that they see as clever, as long as they don't teach their own wisdom to try to make others to be like himself, I suppose. I can understand. I also have the gift of prophecy. Unfortunately, I can only foresee things that are not only vague right now, but will be vague even when they happen. Wow. Wow. Malflin, will I get money tomorrow? Oh, we could say, Prisa. We just started euthyphro. Wait, what? Wow, I'm actually pretty proud. Look how far I've come already. Yes, I am. I have certainly no desire to test their feelings towards me in this matter. Because he probably just doesn't really care anyway. Perhaps you seem to make yourself but rarely available. This is where I stopped. This is where I stopped when I read on my own. Yeah, it is interesting. This is the first time I've ever delved into philosophy myself. And then you will. Wow! Cash dollar money. So, Euthyphro is a kind of high priest, a man who has supposed lived a very pious life, in that he has lived in a way that folks think is preferred by the gods. Such he has lived a divine life, and is thus closest to the god. Excuse me, sorry. So he is allowed to speak for them and closer to being known a god. However, I think the belief on that scale is 1 to 10. Regular folk would be a 3, he is a 4 or 5. Euthyphro's name means straight. Plus, talker speaker, is it? Interesting. Huh, I wonder if that's why it was taken. Ooh. Hello, Bunker. Oh, we could say how Prisa. I hope you're really enjoying that class. I know I am. But I see, yeah. He seems, kind of, I mean, I shouldn't say stuck up, but I guess he knows his position. Yeah. Perhaps Euthyphro has no desire to, test their feelings towards him. Perhaps you seem to make yourself but rarely available, and not be willing to teach your own wisdom, but I'm afraid that my liking for people makes them think that I pour out to anybody anything I have to say, not only without charging a fee, but even glad to reward anyone who's willing to listen. If then they were intending to laugh at me, as you say they laugh at you. If then. I'm afraid that. Okay. Perhaps you seem to be me. To make yourself but rarely available and not be willing to teach your own wisdom. He's saying euthyphro is. He wants to keep himself kind of more secluded and not teach his wisdom. But I'm afraid, and Socrates says that he wants to teach his wisdom. Of course, I mean that's very obvious from his character. If then they were intending to laugh at me, as you say they laugh at you, there would be nothing unpleasant in their spending their time in court, laughing and jesting. But if they are going to be serious, the outcome is not clear, except to you prophets. If they're going to be clear about, if they're going to be serious about not taking him seriously, right? The outcome is not clear. Except to prophets, but why? Soy Jack is in the Lyceum chat. Such is the Socratic way. You're the chat, I'm the chat. Simple as. Alright guys, I'm all out of pickle. Okay, no more pickle crunchy. No more pauses for pickle crunch. Perhaps it will come to nothing, Socrates, and you will fight your case as you think best, as I think I will mine. What is your case, Euthyphro? Are you the defendant or the prosecutor? The prosecutor. Whom do you prosecute? One whom I am thought crazy to prosecute. Are you pursuing someone who will easily... This is a free reading, by the way. I like to read this myself. I was gonna link it. I was gonna link it in the Discord after, but I can link it now in the Discord if you're interested. Cause Thunder was also interested. Here, let me found it. Yeah, it's pretty easy to find because it's you know, it's public stuff. Public domain. Yeah, I'm just linking the one where I got my specific thing. But what truly differs Chad versus Chad? Both are utterly devoted to their ways. They are. It is inspiring to see their spirits for their things, even if the one's spirit is kind of more towards hatred of the other. Is euphoria is euthyphro? Is that what you meant? Is euthyphro? This is a hard name, so I can understand. I assume you mean euthyphro. Is euthyphro an alias for Plato? No, it is not. Euthyphro is a character. Euthyphro is just a character. Meant to, I guess, be the other side versus Socrates here, or Socrates, to kind of give an introduction of just outside of the courts that they're going to enter soon enough, I suppose. And basically, no, it's not Plato. It's supposed to be someone different. Currently, Euthyphro is someone who we're about to talk about, actually. The prosecutor. So he's taking the role of prosecutor. Are you pursuing someone who will easily escape you? Far from it, he is quite old. Who is it? My father. My dear sir, your own father. Certainly. What is the charge? What is the case about? Murder, Socrates. Good heavens! Certainly, euthyphro, most men would not know how they could do this and be right. It is not the part of anyone to do this, but of one who is far advanced in wisdom. Yes, by Zeus, Socrates, that is so. Is then the man your father killed one of your relatives, or is that obvious, for you would not prosecute your father for the murder of a stranger? Yusuf, it is, oh boy, okay. Okay. It is ridiculous, Socrates, for you to think that it makes any difference whether the victim is a stranger or a relative. One should only watch whether the killer acted justly or not. If he acted justly, let him go, but if not, one should prosecute if, that is to say, the killer shares your hearth and table. The pollution is the same if you knowingly keep company with such a man and do not cleanse yourself of him by bringing him to justice. He's saying it's ridiculous for Socrates to think it makes any difference whether the victim is a stranger or relative, whether he would prosecute him or not. Prosecute? Prosecute. He thinks that they should, no matter what, one should only watch whether the killer acted justly or not. He thinks that the only thing that matters is whether the killer was in the right or not. If he acted justly, let him go, but if not, one should prosecute. If that is to say, the killer shares your hearth and table. If he acted justly, let him go. If he did not act justly, one should prosecute. If the killer shares your hearth and table. Or if the murderer shares your table. Right. The pollution is the same if you knowingly keep company with such a man and do not cleanse yourself of him by bringing him to justice. The victim was a dependent of mine, and when we were farming in Naxos, he was a servant of ours. He killed one of our household slaves in drunken anger, so my father bound him hand and foot and threw him in a ditch, then sent a man here to inquire from the priest what should be done. During that time he gave no thought or care to the bound man, as being a killer, and it was no matter if he died, which he did. Hunger and cold in his bonds caused his death before the messenger came back from the seer. Both my father and my other relatives are angry that I am prosecuting my father for murder on behalf of a murderer, when he hadn't even killed him. They say, and even if he had, the dead man does not deserve a thought, since he was a killer. Okay, for they say it is impious. It is impious. Impious. Shoot, what was pious again? So impious is the opposite of pious. Religious. Piety. Piety is just pious, right? So piety is the... pious. Okay. Complicated case. It is. So, the victim... Okay, yes, this makes sense. You should cleanse yourself at the table. That's what he says. What's pious about? What's pious is what this is about. There is no true answer in a translation. Okay. But I say it is impious for a son to prosecute his father for murder, but their ideas of the divine attitude to piety and impiety are wrong, Socrates. So, what happened was the victim was a servant who had killed one of the slaves in a drunken anger. So the father bound him and threw him in a ditch and did not care to care for him, and he died before they could even get back to him. So the father and the other relatives are angry that he is prosecuting his father for this. Yeah, I believe so. I think that makes sense as just. Oh gosh, thank you. Thank you for the head pat. That's all I got for the head pat thing right now, okay? I don't have it set up for my PNG. Hello, Ghost. I hope you're good today. I hope you're so. Oh, you're currently reading euthyphro from Plato's 5 Dialogues. Basically, it's just, yes, the religion. Whereas by Zeus, so he says that their ideas are wrong. Euthyphro does. So we have these two different sides. Euthyphro, who believes that Plato, okay, thank you, got it. Euthyphro says, two different sides. Euthyphro says that it does not matter who the killer is, because he's going with the family. You should cleanse yourself of knowing such a thing. You should bring them to justice, yes, regardless of who they are. And if they were just in it, then they will be just and they will not be prosecuted. Or they will not be reprimanded, they will not be hurt. What is it called? Scolded, you know. And then all of his relatives, including the father, punished. Yes. They all say he's crazy for wanting to do that to a relative, to blood. I think I'd have to agree with Euthyphro here. Personally, I would be on his side. Yeah, it's blood, but it's kind of evil. No. Yeah, being a middle ground. No, not caring, wanting to be the most middle ground you can. Whereas by Zeus, Euthyphro, you think that your knowledge of the divine and of piety and impiety is so accurate that when those things oh wait, here, let me read this real quick. Naxos is a large island where Athens had appropriated land and settled many of its citizens under imperial rule. Okay. Whereas by Zeus, Euthyphro, you think your knowledge of the divine and of piety and impiety is so accurate that when those things happened, as you say, you have no fear of having acted impiously by bringing your father to trial. I should be of no use, Socrates, and Euthyphro would not be superior to the majority of men if I did not have accurate knowledge of all such things. So he would not step up if he did not have the knowledge of such things. It is indeed most important, my admirable Euthyphro, that I should become your pupil. As regards this indictment, challenge Melodus about these very things and say to him that in the past, too, I considered knowledge about the divine to be most important, and that now that he says that I am guilty of improvising and innovating about the gods, I have become your pupil. I would say to him, if, Melodus, you agree that Euthyphro is wise in these matters, consider me, too, to have the right beliefs, and do not bring me to trial. If you do not think so, then prosecute that teacher of mine, not me for corrupting the older men, me and his own father, for teaching me, and by exhorting and punishing him. If he is not convinced and does not discharge me or indict you instead of me, I shall repeat the same challenge in court. So what does he say with that? What? I should... Socrates says... You think that you're so knowledgeable about the divine of piety and impiety that you have no fear of acting wrongly in bringing your father to trial. I would not have done this if I did not have the accurate knowledge on these things. So, Socrates says it's important that I become your pupil and challenge Meletus about these things. And say that in the past, I considered divine knowledge to be most important. Right, but because Socrates is being, put as in acting against the gods. So, if you agree that Euthyphro is wise in these matters, consider me to have the right beliefs and do not bring me to trial, because he is my teacher. And he has taught me all that I know about the divine. Or rather, not that he's taught me all that I know, but he has confirmed it to be well off, right? Or not well off, but well on, I guess. If I am not properly pious in the view of this high priest, charge my teacher rather than I. Right. I've done Descartes, how's Plato? Elkinson. If you could say, how Grisa. I've just started. You're witnessing me just beginning to learn. Currently we're on page 5. We're not far in. So far it's pretty interesting. I mean, this is just a discussion between two people. But it's good to see these discussions. EP times for this proggy. I'm genuinely glad I found your stream, as the last streamer I used to watch for intellectual reading as such stopped streaming. I look forward to more scholarly content as such. Alright. Wow. Good amounts, Mr. Scholar. Thanks for stopping by. Good night, sweet dreams, rest well. Yeah, I plan to do something relating to philosophy every single Saturday. Whether it's going to be direct reading or not, I am not sure. But it's going to be something relating to philosophy, whether it's discussion or just reading straight up out of the philosophers, from the philosophers. But yes, rest well, sweet dreams. Let's see. Okay, so that makes sense to me, right? Yes, it does. And if he's not convinced, I will repeat the same challenge in court. That makes sense. Collab with Tupo about philosophy. I think it'd be really cool, actually. Like, Tupo, if you guys are interested in philosophy at all, please check out Mr. Oh, you guys can see the screen real quick. Give 1 second. I'm just gonna bring you. Okay, no. If you guys are interested in philosophy at all, Mr. Hyaloid Tupo does philosophy discussions all the time. And sometimes he reads, sometimes. As it is right now, he is actually doing like a bar session. Where, oh, wait, what? Is anyone... Wow, okay, there's not a lot of people at the bar today. But, every Saturday he does like a funny bar type deal thing where it's just like a bunch of funny guys, but he does a lot of philosophy content. So Tupo is very wise. Yes, he talks about philosophy and on the topics on end. Maybe he does not discuss about the philosophers exactly themselves too often, but mostly Mostly just about philosophy. To the pontificator, of course, a scholar and gentleman indeed. Yes, yes. Do not let the potato model filter you if you're interested. Hello, Icers. Hope you're good today. Hope you're so. Philosophy scares the willikers out of me. Spookier than a horror game. It's kind of scary to use your brain and really make it chug, right? But it feels good. It feels healthy, I think. I mean, it feels a lot healthier than just scrolling. That's for sure. Yes, by Zeus, Socrates, and if he should try to indict me, I think I would find his weak spots, and the talk in court would be about him rather than about me. Excuse me. Wow, I feel bad. Sorry. It's because I realize this that I am eager to become your people, my dear friend. I know that other people as well as this militus do not even seem to notice you, whereas he sees me so sharply and clearly that he indicts me for ungodliness. So tell me now, by Zeus, what you just now maintained you clearly know. What kind of thing do you say that godliness and ungodliness are, both as regards murder and other things? Or is the pious not the same and alike in every action, and the impious the opposite of all that is pious and like itself? Oh god, everything that is impious presents us with one form or appearance insofar as it is impious. Holy smokers, Socrates. Alright, this is the kind of passage that makes it easier for us to follow the transition from Socrates' universal definitions to the Platonic theory of separately existent, eternal universal forms. The word eidos and idea, the technical terms for Platonic forms, commonly mean physical stature or bodily appearance. As we apply a common epithet, in this case pious, to different actions or things, these must have a common characteristic, present a common appearance or form, to justify the use of the same term. But in the early dialogues, as here, it seems to be thought of as immanent. Existing or operating within. Inherent. Okay. It seems to be thought of as inherent in the particulars, and without separate existence. The same is true for 60, where the word form is used. So here you can see a clear jump. Hold on. I wanna take a shot at this first. Always Eidos. Eidos? Yeah, I don't know. The words eidos and idea, the technical terms for Platonic forms. A bipolar carp 123. How we could say, how so. Thank you. I'm doing good today. Is book reading a common stream event, or is there a special occasion? So starting today, I am every Saturday. I'm either going to read or discuss philosophy. So it's only every Saturday though. I do ASMR, and I'm honestly thinking about doing like readings or something. That sounds like a good idea. Like, I think I should post this to YouTube. I can cut this and post it to YouTube as a reading. I think that sounds like a good idea. So, in a way, a special occasion because it acts every Saturday. But thanks for stopping by regardless. Yeah, like a flower audiobook, right? Like, especially on philosophy, because that's what I've been wanting to dive into. Interesting, sounds fun. Yeah. So far it is fun. So this is a hard paragraph here. I'd sub to your Patreon for this. I've thought about doing like So some different things. So from words of the week to the philosophy class of the week. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Because words of the week was meant to be bite-sized philosophy. Bite-sized, easy to understand. Words of the week was meant to be easily understandable, short snippets that you can use to improve your life. Just short things, little bits and pieces to go by, to live life by. Did you get tired of words of the week? No, I did not get tired of it. It was more so that I wanted to grow on my own. Actually. Like, words of the week is all things that I came up with myself, which is good, right? But I also want to know better. Thank you for the hip hop, by the way. I also want to know better on my own. If I know better, I can help others know even better, even more than just words of the week. Audiobook recording is fun. I used to do it all the time to have an excuse to read books. Right. In the same way that streaming for me was a way to get myself to actually play more games than just like these 5 games I really enjoy. Audiobook recording, I can see that as well. Like, being content creation, really, even if nobody looks at it, right, you're doing it for yourself, and it's really cool to see. And that's why I'm actually, dude, it's such like a, dude, I want to say red pill. I don't know. It's such a thing to realize, to know that content creation is a lot more about self-growth than actually putting stuff out there. Depending on how you handle it, I guess. Like, I've grown so much over all this time that I've streamed. It's crazy. It's crazy. That is not what I expected to do. I just wanted to play games, man, but I'm much more social and talkable than I've ever been. Can you do a words of the week that is evil? Something I can use to make my life worse. I was actually supposed to ask Miss Lostleaf to do one. Shoot, man. One day she can, maybe. Realizing that anybody can be download OBS, link their Twitch, go live, makes you reevaluate what a content creator is. Lets you view the content you're consuming a lot differently when you realize there's just another guy who pressed go live. Yes. Right. It's very easy. There is no bar. You just click the download button and you click go live. Yeah. Hello, Gina. I hope you're good today, Alfrisa. Also, Eric, I hope you're good today, Alfrisa. I hope you're well. I hope you're nice. Magenta filled. Yes. Pink. Oh, wait, not pink pill. Magenta filled. Yes. So, I have to figure out what this means. But it is such a... No, pink pill is different. It is not the pink pill. Yeah, you like my glasses? Yeah, they're pretty awesome. So this is... You can easily see halfway through. Like, I actually have a friend that, like, does this from time to time. Like, you know when you can... I don't know if you guys know this, like, when you can register when your friend is, like, clicking into a different mode of thinking. I kind of do that myself sometimes when I start to really go on my rants. I feel like you can hear it in my voice and just in my words. Yeah, so this is similar. It's like your brain really clicks into place. But I imagine this is, this could just be on purpose, or... I mean, he's talked so much, he's done so much that it's... It is... But I have to remember, this is Plato. It's not directly Socrates. It's because I realized this. I'm eager to become your pupil, because euthyphro is smart, is wise about the divine such. Divine talkings, yes. I know that other people, as well as this Militus, do not seem to notice you. Right. Whereas he sees me so sharply and clearly that he indicts me for godliness, for ungodliness. So Militus does not even really notice Euthyphro. He doesn't take a care. But he takes a notice to the opposite, to someone who is ungodly, like, quote unquote, instead of noticing the positives, right? Instead of looking at the positives, Euthyphro in his teachings, he looks at what he sees as ungodliness, which is Socrates' teachings. So tell me now, Zeus. Yeah, he's just kind of a hater, man. What the heck? Tell me now, by Zeus, what you just now maintained you clearly know. What kind of thing you say that godliness and ungodliness are, both as regards murder and other things? What you just now maintained you clearly knew. What you just now maintained. What does he mean by maintained in this aspect, in this context? What you just maintained, what you just enabled, what you just provided. Continue, keep, support, finance. What you just stated to be the case. What you just stated to be the case. Yes, okay, I see. What you just claimed, you clearly knew. What kind of thing do you say that godliness and ungodliness are, both as regards murder and other things? Or is the pious not the same and alike in every action, and the impious the opposite of all that is pious and like itself? So, pious is the same in every action. Anything that is pious, and that is how it is. And impious is the opposite, that is all that is pious and anything like it. So one thing that is the good, the bad, the positive, the negative, these two sides, I suppose. So I think Socrates is talking up Euthyphro, stroking his ego to later suffer Euthyphro's opinions using his own reason. You think so? He does he is kind of like glazing him here, right? Like even just offering to like be his pupil, right? Or not offering but requesting, I guess. Like that, he's kind of glazing. Most certainly, Socrates. Okay. Excuse me. So everything that is impious is impious. That's what it comes to. Sorry. Hello, hope you're good today, Versa. Yes, reading stream. Today we are reading philosophy. I am beginning Plato's 5 dialogues, as I am every Saturday. From now on is I need a name for it. Philosophy Saturdays. Flower Philosophy Saturday. Flower Philosophy. Flowers Philosophy. Nerd Saturday. I kind of like Flowers Philosophy. Actually, that makes it. I think Flowers Philosophies sounds better. Maybe I'll come on. Flowerosophy. Oh, that's kind of a good one. Flowerosophy. Flowerosophy. Flower Philosoph Saturdays. Flower Philosoph Saturdays. Philosophy time. Yeah, we got some good suggestions here. Dude, these classes are so awesome, actually. I hope they let me keep them. I grabbed them out of the freaking, like, the bargain bin, dude. But I saw, I don't know, I saw, like, a policeman looking outside. He had, like, a piece of paper he was holding up with, like, have you seen these glasses? So, Uh, keep it a secret, okay? First, philosophy. I thought about that too, but I usually don't really care about the first in my name that much. It was just there because it's, it rhyme, alliteration, really. Okay, so this makes sense. Will there be any mean-tuber philosophy day? Meaner books. If we ever read Nietzsche, yes, mean-tuber will read Nietzsche. Is that how you say it, Nietzsche? Nietzsche? I think she would be the perfect reader for it. So, tell me then, what is the pious and what the impious do you say? I say that the pious is to do what I am doing now, to prosecute the wronged. So he's asking him for his opinions right here. I say that the pious is to do what I am doing now, to prosecute the wrongdoer, be it about murder or temple robbery or anything else, whether the wrongdoer is your father or your mother or anyone else. Not to prosecute is impious. Not to prosecute while knowing this information, I guess. Or, yeah. Like, especially if no one else knew such a thing, but you did. You must prosecute by all means. There is no especially, actually. There is no especially. It's no matter what. I see. Okay. Beantuber Max Stirner is Beantuber core too? Okay. If we ever get to any of those more negative, to those more raw ones, for sure. But like all it wouldn't sound too much different though. I don't think it would sound too much different. Like, you know? I say that the pious is to do what I am doing now, to prosecute the wrongdoer, be it about murder or temple robbery or anything, you know. Like that's what it would probably sound like. It probably just, whatever. Ow! My shoulder. Yeah, I haven't even finished it, dude. Okay. And not to prosecute is impious, and observe Socrates that I can cite powerful evidence that the law is so. I have already said to others that such. Wow! Sorry, I just thought that was some baked beans. I really want baked beans. And observe Socrates that I can cite powerful evidence that the law is so. I have already said to others that such actions are right, not to favor the ungodly, whoever they are. These people themselves believe that Zeus is the best and most just of the gods, yet they believe that he bound his father because he unjustly swallowed his sons, and that he in turn castrated his father for similar reasons. But they are angry with me because I am prosecuting my father from his wrongdoing. They contradict themselves in what they say about the gods and what about me. That's really interesting, actually. It is hypocritical, isn't it? For them to see Zeus as the best, but to see an action of, quote, I shouldn't say betraying, but I mean the word betraying as in not just going with, betraying blood. That's interesting. To make sure that your idols, as in like literal idols, your gods, that the things you look up to, being hypocritical about it. Exceptions? Are there exceptions? People would say there's exceptions. I don't know if they're aware of how hypocritical that sounds, or considering exceptions. I've never really thought about that, I guess. Deeply about allowing exceptions often makes it seem weaker, your support of a thing. it seems it makes less sense to support something and then have exceptions for it. What matters is not to accept, not to give exceptions, but rather to understand and see why it was wrong, I guess. To keep them to knowing that they'll do better, maybe. Interesting. I don't think Friedrich Nietzsche was a bit mean to her. He's not a nihilist or anything. Nihilist. A bit doomer-minded maybe, but he's just pointing out the dire straits of humanity. It's far from evil or anything. Total brainlet philosophy. Hosted by that could be interesting. It's been a long time since she's been on. I think, since this week, cause excuse me. God, sorry. That was a bad one. Sorry. Dude, 8 nerfs? Oh god, why am I being so sorry? Indeed, if all things are pious and just, and Zeus is all just and pious. But acting like Zeus in this way is all of a sudden impious, like the morals of these Greek mortals, perhaps greater than the gods. Dangerous thoughts. But acting like Zeus. Ah! I mean, yeah, it is. To compare the two, I guess. To compare the act that is clearly much more middle ground, as opposed to what had happened with Zeus and, God, what was his father? It's been so long. Starts with a C. Cosmos. No, I can't remember. I didn't think about that, though. Zeus should definitely be in... What? What? What are you... What's that for? I don't know. Quinta. Dude, what's his name, man? Cronus. How could I forget, dude? That's literally an item in Realm of the Mad Gods. Dirk of Cronus. Oh, man. Oh, well. Anyway, continue on. Chronos. Chronos? Oh, God, it needs to be warmed up. I guess I have my tea warmer. I haven't set it up in a while. Right, because there's like layers of them. I forgot that there's like layers of them. Hi, Valerie. Hello, Zia. Oh, very good. Say hello, pizza. Today we are starting the new thing that we do every Saturday, which is diving into philosophy, whether it's discussing or reading. Which first stream, yes, it is reading. I am not even through the first dialogue yet, though. I'm on page 7, in fact, but we're getting there. I guess it's because I'm taking along, thoughts as I go. I'm just, like, pondering, you know? I'm just pondering. I don't want to just read. I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to just read, just focus on the text, either. But I like to think up whatever comes in my mind along the way. Indeed, euthyphro, this is the reason why I am a defendant in this case. Because I find it hard to accept things like that. To accept things like that being said about the gods, and it is likely to be the reason why I shall be told I do wrong. Now, however, if you who have full knowledge of such things share their opinions, then we must agree with them too. it would seem. For what are we to say? We who agree that we ourselves have no knowledge of them. Tell me, by God of friendship, do you really believe that these things are true? This is the reason why I am a defendant in the case, because I find it hard to accept things like that being said about the gods. Right. Because he's not just gonna let himself be told he is acting against the gods. However, it's like the reason why I shall be told I do wrong. Right. Now, however of you who have full knowledge of such things, who knows all about the impiety, shares you, so if he shares his opinions, then we must agree with them as well, it would seem. What? For who are we to say, we who agree that we ourselves have no knowledge of them? Huh? Dude, I need like a brain break or something. My vision feels funny. Maybe it's because I'm looking at the eyes. Okay, thank you, Shaggy. Who are you to say I am impious? You who is not an expert in piety. This is why I'm... Okay, if you who have full knowledge of these things, of such things, share their opinions, we must agree with them too, it would seem. Who are you to say I am impious? You who is not an expert in piety. Just focus. Kind of a call to authority. But what do you mean by that, though? Euthyphro is not calling him pious. I'm not sure. This one is a hard one. This one is a hard one for me. Have you heard of Socrates Jones, probe philosopher? It is an Ace Attorney-like game. I have not. It sounds kind of cool, though. Ace Attorney is a really cool format. That sounds funny. Sounds entertaining. Just focusing on the text is why we have people that can't even notice two contradictory statements in the same paragraph. Take it at your own pace. You're right. Like, I used to be a bit of a reader, but it's been a long time. And reading is what you need to train. As I do this more, I'll understand more. Do you realize you have like 70% color similarity to the Sonic OC Donut Seal? Dude, that's awesome. I bet Donut Seal is so nice. It runs in the family, you know? So my quote was a translation of what Socrates was saying basically concerning his... Okay, so... Before we say we agree... Okay, I see. Yes. Yes, Socrates. I'm gonna, like, mental bookmark this, though. Because it's hard. I'm not sure why it's hard for me. If I can figure out why it's hard, that's a good hurdle. So I'm happy. Like, earlier today I was thinking about it, actually. There was... Shoot. It was like a certain example of something that I did not understand until I understood the things about it. Like, for me to understand things is different. Well, maybe it's not different, but in my mind it feels like a very... one must two. I don't know, it's hard. Yes, Socrates. And so are even more surprising things to which the majority has no knowledge. Do you believe these things are true? Yes. So euthyphro is agreeing with Socrates that the majority, including those accusing Socrates of impiety, do not actually know much about the gods. Alright, this. Other of you who have full knowledge of such things, of impiety, of piety, share their opinions and we must agree with them. For what are we to say? Who are we who agree that? For what are we to say? We who agree that ourselves have no knowledge of them. We who agree that we do. Okay, I see. By the god of friendship. And so are even more surprising scenes, to which the majority has no knowledge. Right. And do you believe that there really is war among the gods, and terrible enmities and battles, and other such things as are told by the poets, and other sacred stories such as are embroidered by good writers, and by representations of which the robe of the goddess is adorned, and is carried up to the Acropolis? Are we to say these things are true, euthyphro? The Acropolis is a rocky outcropping in the center of Athens that served as the citadel for Attica and the center of religious life. Major temples to the gods were there, including the Parthenon, the Temple of Athena, the city's protectors. Oh, the Temple of Athena. Oh, the Parthenon, the Temple of Athena. Really? I didn't know the Parthenon was a temple to a god. I thought it... I see. Interesting. Every 4 years, in an elaborate festival in her honor, maidens brought up the ceremonial robe referred to in here, in which clothed her statue. Do you believe that there is war among gods, and other such things told by the poets, and other sacred stories, such as are embroidered by good writers and by representations? I see. So representations of which the robe of the goddess is adorned. Okay. Not only these Socrates, but as I was saying just now, I will, if you wish, relate many other things about the gods which I know will amaze you. I should not be surprised. But I will, if you wish, relate many other things about the gods which I know will amaze you. I see. So, yeah, now he's like, dude, I know so much. I know everything about these gods. I should not be surprised, but you will tell me these at some leisure some other time. For now, try to tell me more clearly what I was asking just now, for, my friend, you did not teach me adequately when I asked you what the pious was, but you told me that what you are doing now in prosecuting your father for murder is pious. And I told the truth, Socrates. Perhaps you agree, however, that there are many other pious actions. There are. So he argued about teach, quote unquote. He argued about was adequately. Wow. Hello, Raiders. Wow. Hello, Geyser. And hello, Meridine. Are you here together? Or is he separate? Is there a cooldown? There it is. There's the second one. Hello, Geyser. Oh, we could say, oh, here's a same with you, Meridine, too. Oh, so you are together. I hope you guys had fun. What were you guys up to? Playing Mario Boomer game. Huh. Mario Boomer. Hi, Reed. Hi, Reed. I don't really know too much about your streams, I suppose. I need to stop by more. I've seen you play games before, though. Boomer. Oh! Oh. Mario. Okay, I see. Boomer games are fun sometimes, though. I kind of like the Boomer games. But I hope I'm sure you had fun. It's always fun to play things with friends, to do things together. So seeing you both. Ah, yes. Definitely fun. Definitely fun then, yeah. That's nice, good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad you guys had fun. Maybe I'll do it more in the future. If you do it more in the future, perhaps I can check it. But yeah, thank you for the raid. And, yeah. So I hope you can relax in whichever way possible now. You know, others grabbing your food, or they're just chilling out. Yeah, or going to sleep. But yeah, thank you. It was very fun. We're just reading philosophy today. It's special. Flower philosophy Saturdays. Yeah. I should not be surprised, but you will tell me these at leisure some other time. For now, try to tell me more clearly. I was just asking now. Right, so he's saying you did not teach me adequately when I asked you what pious was. But you told me what you're doing now. Okay, he did not define pious. What doing a thing of pious is, right? He gave, in a way, an example. So he's trying to dig for kind of a definition. Socrates is based. It's pretty great so far. Like I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, and I've been doing this for like 2.5. I'm on page 7, man. As we go, as we read more, we improve, right? It's a skill, just like with other things. But I hope you're good today, accent here. And also thank you for the follow. Dude, I might just have to read you the euthyphro, and that's it today. Dude, I don't wanna cut short. Okay, how many pages do we have? 20 total. We're rather distracting in chat. Just a little bit, but it's okay. It's okay. Oh god, dude, there's a lot. Once it hits 3 hours, it's gonna... Okay. Okay, that's just... Sorry, no, there's just been a lot of other distractions for me personally as well. Like, I've been ripping apart my paper towel, I had to grab tea, I've been munching on a pickle. You know. And also just my own mind pondering these different things and different ideas. As part of why I said just do the apology. Cause it's simpler and it gets you through. Gets you through first. I read biology papers on Sundays and I feel silly I get through so little per stream, but I remember it better because chatting's the number works. Yeah, reading it together. Nice. How nice, that's nice. Yeah, you're kind of right, true, but I did not expect that, I guess. And I told the truth, Socrates. Perhaps you agree, however, that there are many other pious actions there are. Bear in mind, then, that I did not bid you tell me one or two of the many pious actions, but that form itself that makes all pious actions pious. For you agreed that all impious actions are impious and all pious actions pious through one form, or don't you remember? Bear in mind that I did not bid you tell me one. He did not ask him to tell him a pious action or two, but he wants to hear about the form, the thing that defines it, the thing that makes something pious or impious. Tell me, then, what this form itself is, so that I may look upon it and, using it as a model, say that any action of yours or another's that kind is pious, and if it is not, then it is not. That is how you want, Socrates. That is how I will tell you. That is what I want. Well then, what is dear to the gods is pious, what is not is impious. Splendid, euthyphro. You have now answered in the way I wanted. Whether your answer is true, I do not know yet, but you will obviously show me that what you say is true. Certainly. Come then, let us examine what we mean. An action or man dear to the gods is pious, but an action or man hated by the gods is impious. They are not the same, but quite opposite. The impious and the pious. Is that so? It is indeed, right? Like, this makes sense. To me, at least. You have the one side, I have the other. One and the other. The one and the two, the negative, the positive. Very simple. And that seems to be a good statement. I think so, Socrates. We have also stated that the gods are in a state of discord, that they are at odds with each other, euthyphro, and that they are at enmity with each other, was enmity. The state or feeling of being actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. So actively being in some sort of actively being in, yes, well, opposition. Always. Hello, Kataru. Happy good day, happy so real week is many murder week. Yes. I hope you had a good stream earlier, by the way, with Minnie. I hope that was fun. I hope that was good. I really wish I could have seen it. Like, seeing it. I'm gonna have to check the VOD, because I really wanted to see it. I was like, no shot, Kataru and Manny. Oh man. The gods are in the Discord. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not good. They will wreck it. 6-hour yap. Wow, cool. Yeah, I tuned in for like 2 minutes. It was pretty awesome. What are the subjects of difference that cause hatred and anger? Let us look at it this way. If you and I were to differ about numbers as to which is the greater, would this difference make us enemies and angry with each other? Or would we proceed to count and soon resolve our difference about this? Excuse me. We would certainly do so. To count and resolve differences. Again, if we differed about the larger and the smaller, we would turn to measurement and soon cease to differ. That is so. And about the heavier or the lighter, we would resort to weighing and be reconciled. Of course. What subject of difference would make us angry and hostile to each other if we were unable to come to a decision? Perhaps you do not have an answer ready, but examine as I tell you whether these objects are the just and the unjust, the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the bad. Are these not the subjects of difference about which, when we are unable to come to a satisfactory decision, you and I and other men become hostile to each other whenever we do? As the difference, Socrates? About those subjects. What about the gods, Euthyphro? If indeed they have differences, will it not be about these same subjects? It certainly must be so. Then, according to your argument, my good Euthyphro, different gods consider different things to be just, to be beautiful, ugly, good, and bad. For they would not be at odds with each other unless they differed about these subjects, would they? You are right, and they like what each of them considers beautiful, good, and just, and hate the opposites of these. Certainly. But you just said that the same things are considered just by some gods and unjust by others. As they dispute about these things, they are at odds and at war with each other. Is that not so? It is. The same things then are loved by the gods and hated by the gods, and would be both God-loved and God-hated. It seems likely. And the same things... I'm not... Oh! Thank you, Sakamoto. Thank you for the support. And the same things would be both pious and impious, according to this argument. I'm afraid so. So you did not answer my question, you surprising man. I did not ask you what same thing is both pious and impious. It appears that what is loved by the gods is also hated by them. So it is in no way surprising if your present action, namely punishing your father, may be pleasing to Zeus but displeasing to Cronus and Uranus. Pleasing to Hephaestus, but displeasing to Hera, and so with any other gods who differ from each other on the subject. So this all is just Socrates trying to pick into the fact that he is really on. He has a very stout fence put up between one thing and the other. Hephaestus, right? Or Hephaestus? Hephaestus? One or two, I'm not sure. I don't remember how I said it. So that's the way euthyphro sees is a heavy fence. You see the one, and you see the two. You see the bad, you see the good, the heavier, the lighter, the up, the down. So, and then he agrees that there are things that even if you discuss between them, they are not. Sometimes they cannot come to a conclusion, and it makes them angry. Right. And so some gods see it as good, and some gods will see things as bad. So it is not correct. It does not make sense what he was talking about. Right? Or not that it doesn't make sense, but it's not what he's asking. I did not ask you what seemed. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me finish this thought. I did not ask you what same thing is both pious and impious. It appears that what is loved by the gods is also hated. So he did not ask what same thing is both loved and hated. There's no way surprising if your present action, right, is not surprising that this is this. I think Socrates said on the subject no gods would differ from one another. It looks like they keep talking. Right. So the definition, I guess yes, the definition does not make sense. So it is not, okay, the definition does not fit what he asked for. It's not that it doesn't make sense, but it does not fit the definition. Yes. Okay, I was gonna go take a break. Dude, I kinda want some beans, but I shouldn't eat on stream. At least not until I finish this. But I'm gonna take a quick break anyway. Just to warm up my tea. So I'll be right back, okay? Does this work? It doesn't do this. Beans here. Dude, I love baked beans so much. Baked beans are so freaking smacking good. No, we have some that we made yesterday. Is that too loud? Alright, that's just a bit better for you guys. Alright, baby. Okay. Also, I hydrated, so. So, wouldn't you. So, would you prosecute your. Alright, I'll probably just finish euthyphro for today, by the way, so just so you know. But okay, good night, sweet dreams, Shaggy. Rest up. Like, we're really starting to pick up, at least now. Because it feels like it's easier to consume this faster. There isn't a lot of, isn't as much in these pieces I'm reading right now. If he left a killer in the ditch in the cold and he died. Okay. Okay. Got some grapes. Let's see. I think okay. So we were on about how Socrates says you are not he's saying you're not defining what I'm asking, right? That's pretty much what he's asking. Hello, Playa. Off we could say, Alberta. Eat too much chicken, so good. Oh man, nice. Actually, I made I can't remember what it's called. I made a chicken dish today. It's pretty good. Okay. I want to make sure I keep reading. So you did not answer my question, and blah blah blah. He's like, oh, you did not define it. You must define it. Okay, yes, it makes sense that this was, yes. So things that are pious are not the same. This grape is weird. The peeled grape that I peeled. It does not make sense because pious being loved by the gods. There's multiple gods, each with their own opinions. So, can we do get to Nietzsche? We're just beginning. So, I think Socrates had on the subject no gods would differ from one another. That whoever has killed anyone unjustly should pay the penalty. Oh no, euthyphro. Euthyphro. Yeah, euthyphro. Have you ever heard any man maintaining that one who has killed or done anything else unjustly should not pay the penalty? They never cease to dispute on the subject, both elsewhere and in the courts, for when they have committed many wrongs they do, and say anything to avoid the penalty. Do they agree they have done wrong, Euthyphro? And in spite of so agreeing, do they nevertheless say they should not be punished? No, they do not agree on that point. So they do not say or do just anything, for they do not venture to say this. Or disputes that they must not pay the penalty if they have done wrong. But I think they deny doing wrong. Is that so? Have you ever heard any man saying that one who has killed or done anything else unjustly shouldn't pay the penalty? They never cease to dispute on it. Do you agree they have done wrong? And in spite of agreeing, do they agree they have done wrong? They should say, okay. Sorry. For they do not venture to say this, or to dispute that they must not pay the penalty if they have done wrong. But I think they deny doing wrong. People claim innocence, despite saying that they did it, and knowing the proper, Like if a man killed someone, they of course he knows what the general consensus, I guess, is of how bad it is, the just that they should, any man who kills another should pay the penalty. But no matter what, they will deny. They will deny it to avoid the penalty themselves. Then they do not dispute that the wrongdoer must be punished, but they may disagree as to who the wrongdoer is, what he did, and when. Do not the... You are right. Do not the gods have the same experience? If indeed they are at odds with each other about the just and the unjust, as your argument maintains. Some assert that they wrong one another. Excuse me, holy smokes. Others deny it. But no one among gods or men ventures to say that the wrongdoer must not be punished. Right. Yes, that is true, Socrates. As to the main point. And those who disagree, whether men or gods, dispute about every action, if indeed the gods disagree. Some say it is done justly, others unjustly. Is that not so? Why must wrongdoers be punished? Because they do wrong, I suppose. So they learn? Maybe. It's a good question. Says his father. Right. Yes, indeed. Come now, my dear euthyphro. Asks the Swedish. I have no idea what the Swedish mean. Maybe the Swedish are like fine with the wrongdoing. I mean, that's an example of like two people disagreeing on it. Yeah. Technically, there is no like specific wrongdoing, I guess. Come now, my dear euthyphro, tell me too, that I may become wiser, what proof you have that all the gods consider that man to have been killed. Let me restart. Come now, my dear euthyphro. Tell me too, that I may become wiser, what proof do you have that all the gods consider that man to have been killed unjustly who became a murderer while in your service, was bound by the master of his victim, and died in his bonds before the one who bound him found out from the seers what was to be done with him, and that's to be done with him, and that it is right for a son to denounce sorry, and denounce and to prosecute his father on behalf of such a man. Come, try to show me a clear sign that all the gods definitely believe this action to be right. If you can give me adequate proof of this, I shall never cease to extol your wisdom. So he's asking, show me a sign that the gods believe it is right to for a son to denounce and prosecute his father. But that is also certain that they believe that we're doing it, they don't think punishing murders. Oh yeah, I've heard about that before. I think it's an interesting thing for them to do. I wonder how it will, like, how much different Sweden would be in this sense. Or any places that do that, right? I wonder. that's what they're arguing for here, truly. An eye for an eye. You think so? Jill's a crazy bear. Probably good. I mean, some of the conditions are terrible. You may think that these punishments are harsh or sweet, but being properly treated by state. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna read. They will listen. This is perhaps no light task, Socrates, though I will show you clearly. I understand that you think me more dull-witted than the jury, as you will obviously show them that these actions were unjust, and that all the gods hate such actions. Really, he thinks him more dull-witted. I will show it to them clearly, Socrates, if only they will listen to me. They will listen if they think you show them well. But this thought came to me as you were speaking, and I am examining it, saying to myself, if Euthyphro shows me conclusively that all the gods consider such a death unjust, to what greater extent have I learned from him the nature of piety and impiety? This action would then, it seems, be hated by the gods. But the pious and the impious were not thereby now defined, for what is hated by the gods has also been shown to be loved by them. So I will not insist. Let's see. This action would then, it seems, be hated by the gods. But why? Why would it be hated by the gods? If all conclusively that all the gods consider such a death unjust, why would the gods hate that? I don't understand that. I don't understand why he says that, though. I don't understand. Fruit. Stare. So I'll not insist upon this point. Let us assume, if you wish, that all the gods consider this unjust, that they all hate it. However, is this the correction we are making in our discussion? That what all the gods hate is impious, and what they all love is pious, or pious, crumbs, and that what some gods love and others hate is neither or both. Ouch. Is that how you now wish us to define impiety? Impiety. What prevents us from doing so, Socrates? For my part, nothing, Euthyphro. But you look whether on your part this proposal will enable you to teach me most easily what you promised. I would most certainly say that the pious is what all the gods love, and the opposite, what all the gods hate, is impious. Then let us again examine whether that is a sound statement, or do we let it pass? And if one of us, or someone else, merely says that something is so, do we accept that it is so? Should we examine what the speaker means? We must examine it, but I certainly think that this is now a fine statement. We shall soon know better whether it is. Consider this. Is the pious being loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is being loved by the gods? Is the just things being loved by the gods because it is, well, just? Or is it just because it is being loved by the gods? I don't know what you mean, Socrates. I shall try to explain more clearly. Yeah, kinda like that. We speak of something carried and of something our feet are... Aw, dude. Wait, that's kind of good. Are VTubers gods or the viewers? The viewers have at will to completely shift the perception of the streamer, kind of just by sending some chats and redeems and the such, or even just clicking off the stream. Yeah. But the VTubers can control what's happening on the stream. That's actually a pretty good one. Hello, Ursula. I hope you're good today. I hope you're so. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Currently, I'm trying to finish up euthyphro. Today is the first day of the... I don't know, I haven't settled on a name yet. It's, something like... What is it? Something like... What do I call it? Flowers philosophy. Something like that. Dude, you are so right, Arsel. You are so right that I'm actually gonna agree with you here and say, dump it. Wait, what? I don't have to dump it! Wait, is that a tier 2? Is that a tier 2, Manny? What? Aw, oh, man. Manny, how could you do this to me? Whatever. I raised my Manny chud. So you Manny dump it. Thank you for the like. I'm convinced tubers are homunculi. Human-like golems. Actually, human-like golems puppeted by mysterious forces. Perhaps. Tubers are very interesting creatures. Flowers like a golem that drew one whole ritual. Yeah. Give me, sacrifice to me all of your milk and cookies, and I can offer you all the nice things that I may give. Pandora box. Okay, I peeled another grape. Dude, I've been like peeling these grapes. What? Alright, back to reading. I shall try to explain. Okay. Yes. So the egg and the chicken thing. I shall try to explain more clearly. We speak of something carried and something carrying, of something led and something leading, something seen and something seen. And you understand that these things are all different from one another and how they differ. I think I do. So there is also something loves, and a different thing, something loving. Tell me then, whether the thing carried is a carried thing because it is being carried, or for some other reason. Is it pious, or pious because it is pious? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? And that's what makes it... No, that is the reason. And the thing being led is so because it is being led, and the thing seen because it is being seen. Certainly. It is not being seen because it is oh, Jesus, man. It is not being seen because it is a thing seen, but on the contrary, it is a thing seen because it is being seen. It's not being seen because it is a thing seen. It is a thing seen because it is being seen. Because of being seen. Okay, man. Alright. Actually, no, I don't have any fingers. I accidentally turned them all into hot dogs. They'll come back tomorrow. I'm seeing you, sees you. Oh god. Feed my homunculi baked beans made. Dude, that's awesome. I love baked beans. Maybe I'm the homunculi. Except I've been grinding RuneScape. It is not being seen because it is a thing seen, but on the contrary, it is a thing seen because it is being seen. Nor is it because it is something led that is being led, but because it is being led that is something led. Nor is something being carried because it is something carried, but it is something carried because it is being carried. Is that why is what I want to say clear, euthyphro. I want to say this, namely, that if anything is being changed or it's being affected in any way, it is not being changed because it is something being changed, but rather it is something changed because it is being changed. Nor is it being affected because it is something affected, but is something affected because it is being affected. Or do you not agree? Here Socrates gives the general principle under which he says, the specific cases already examined, those of leading, carrying, and seeing, all fail. Is by being changed by something that changes it. That anything is a changed thing, not vice versa. It's not something's being a changed thing, that something else then changes it, so that comes to be. Oh, I thought there was more. It is not by something's being a changed thing. No, okay. That comes to be. Forbidden flower glissies. Wow. This is the same point they made early in the dialogue. Basically, what is a clear definition of pious in Euthyphro? Okay, euthyphro. Hasn't given one yet. Since his given definitions aren't actually holding up logically. So it all comes back to Euthyphro judging pious based on his relationship and knowledge of the gods, which seems to have no actually discernible definition, and thus rather a one-sided point. I see. There is no definitions. Queen's name swamp chicken that bought RuneScaper is bot homunculi? Perhaps. If flower is a bot. I see. Yeah, this one is hard too. This one is hard. I'm gonna have to look back at this one too. If flower is a bot fueled by beings given an MSV face by animals, is she spawned from softening? Maybe. Perhaps. Swamp chicken sounds pretty cool, so I think I would, I think it'd be an honor. Alright, man. So he agrees. Is something loved either something changed or something affected by something? Certainly. Is something loved? Okay. Is something loved either something changed or something affected by something? Certainly. So it is in the same case as the things just mentioned. It is not being loved by those who love it, because it is something loved, but it is something loved because it is being loved by them. Necessarily. What then do we say about the pious, Euthyphro? Surely that it is being loved by all the gods, according to what you say. Yes. Is it being loved because it is pious, or for some other reason? For no holy smokes. For no other reason. It is being loved then because it is pious, but it is not pious. Is it being loved because it is... But it's not... It is being loved then because it is pious, but it is not pious because it is being loved. Apparently, and yet it is something loved and God loved because it is loved by the gods. Of course, then the God loved is not the same as the pious, euthyphro. Not the... Nor are the pious the same as the God loved, as you say it is, but one differs from the other. How so, Socrates? Because we agree that the pious is being loved for this reason, that it is pious, but is not pious because it is being loved. Is that not so? Yes, and that the God loved, on the other hand, is so because it is being loved by the gods, by the very fact of being loved, but it is not loved because it is God loved. The God loved is it's because it is being loved by the gods. This is, I don't know, I'm a Chinese Canadian that went to Ivy League. Now teaches rich high schoolers in China. This is useless knowledge. Dude, I mean, Viking school sounds pretty awesome. I would go. I'd go. Maybe they teach axe throwing. Axe throwing's pretty cool. Wait, what? What? It does continue. Dude, why is the footnote continue on the next page? Bro. Yeah, I'll just be chucking it at like the tree stumps. The tree stumps are pretty much dead at that point, I think. Might as well use them. That's the way I see it. Dude, I don't want to read this footnote, man. Why is it 2 different pages? Like they've done like a half page footnote before, so why is there a footnote that extends 2 pages? Here Socrates gives it. Dude, like how it is right now, yeah. Yeah, like how it is right now, that's how it feels. Alright, yeah, no, I'm not reading freaking this footnote, man. I'm skipping this footnote. Alright, Socrates, what you got? But if the God loved and the pious were the same, my dear Euthyphro, then if the pious was being loved because it was pious, the God loved would also be being loved because it was... Is this also a reason that you did not suggest to do this first drill? Because, like, this happens? Does this always... I hope this doesn't always happen. I swear to God. If the gods team... Okay, I see. If the gods team hot dog sandwich, but some of them do not team them hot dogs, are hot dogs a sandwich? Well, it depends. Is the hot dog a sandwich? Because it's a... Because I don't know that... I don't even know how to reconstruct that into this. But there's an angle. I just can't think of it because my brain is too freaking figured on the word pie. And true, I should just learn Greek. Alright, come on, flower. You're almost done. But if the God loved and the pious were the same, my dear Euthyphro, then if the pious was being loved because it was pious, the God loved would also be being loved because it was God loved. And if the God loved was God loved because it was being loved by the gods, then the pious would also be pious because it was being loved by the gods. But now you see they are in opposite cases as being altogether different from each other. The one is such as to be loved because it is being loved. The other is being loved because it is such as to be loved. I'm afraid, Euthyphro, that when you were asked what piety is, you did not wish to make its nature clear to me. That when you were asked what piety is, you did not wish to make its nature clear to me, but you told me in effect, or in a quality of it, that the pious has the quality of being loved by all the gods. But you have not yet told me what the pious is. So yet another example. Yet another walking away from the definition. So, in a way, it's another example. That's why. I refer to food cube rule nowadays for the hot dog ruling. It's taco. Hot dog taco. I've never heard of the food cube ruling. Now, if you will, do not hide things from me, but tell me again from the beginning what piety is. Piety is. Whether being loved by the gods or having some other quality, we shall not quarrel about that. But be keen to tell me what the pious and the impious are. But Socrates, Socrates, I have no way of telling you what I have in mind, for whatever proposition we put forward goes around and refuses to stay put where we establish it. Your statements, euthyphro, seem to belong to my ancestor Daedalus. Socrates may have been a stonemason as his father was. In Greek mythology, Daedalus statues could move themselves. If I were stating them and putting them forward, you would perhaps be making fun of me and say that, because of my kinship with him, my conclusions in discussion run away and will not stay where one puts them. As these propositions are yours, however, we need some other jest, for they will not stay put for you, as you say yourself. I think the same jest will do for our discussion, Socrates, for I am not the one who makes them go around and not remain in the same place. Yeah. It is you who are the Daedalus. Daedalus. I see. It is you who are the Daedalus. For as far as I am concerned, they would remain as they were. It looks as if I was cleverer than Daedalus. Daedalus. Oh boy. Is that gonna go on the thing? What's going on the vocab board, dude? Seems semantics because that's how you see it. Like, this whole part, I'm gonna have to reread on my own and try to understand it. I don't want to just like sit here thinking in silence, because I actually think better not thinking out loud, so. I think the same jest will do for our discussion, Socrates, for I am not the one who makes them go round and not remain in the same place. It is you who are the Daedalus, for as far as I am concerned, they would remain as they were. It looks as if I was cleverer than Daedalus in using my skill, my friend, insofar as he could only cause to move the things he made himself, but I can make other people's things move as well as my own. And the smartest part of my skill is that I am clever without wanting to be, where I would rather have your statements to me remain unmoved. I remain unmoved and possess the wealth of Tantalus, as well as the clever of Daedalus. But enough of this, since I think you are making unnecessary difficulties. I am as eager as you are to find a way to teach me about piety. And do not give up before you do. See whether you think all that of pious is of necessity just. I think so. And is then all that is just pious, or is it all that is pious just? But not all that is just pious, but some of it is and some of it is not. I do not follow what you're saying, Socrates. See whether you think all that is pious is of necessity just. Is then I'm trying to put it together here, alright? I am as eager as you are, yes. See whether you think all that is pious is of necessity just. So all that is pious must be just. I think so. And is excuse me. And is then all that is just pious? is just pious, or is all that is pious just? But not all that is just pious, but some of it is, and some of it is not. Do not follow what you are saying, Socrates. Yet you are younger than I by as much as you are wiser. As I say, you are making difficulties because of your wealth of wisdom. Pull yourself together, my dear sir. What I am saying is not difficult to grasp. I am saying the opposite of what the poet said who wrote, "You do not wish to name Zeus, who had done it, and who made all things grow. For where there is fear, there is also shame." Yeah. You just call him little bro. I disagree with the poet. Shall I tell you why? Let's see. You do not wish to name Zeus, who had done it, and who had made all things grow. You do not wish to name Zeus, for there is fear where there is also shame. I do not think that where there is fear, there is also shame, for I think that many people who fear disease and poverty and many other such things feel fear, but are not ashamed of the things they fear. Do you not think so? I do indeed. But where there is shame, there is also fear. For is there anyone who, in feeling shame and embarrassment at anything, does not at also the same time fear and dread a reputation for wickedness? Dude, triple is. Check. Wow, check this one out. He got trips. Trips is. Dubs there. Almost got quads, man. Dope. I gotta reread this, man. It's a good thing we're coming to a close with this because I am 3-scene word. Yeah. Where there is shame, there is also fear. For if you feel shame and embarrassment at something, do you or alright, so let's say I'm scared of spiders. I feel shameful at this. I don't feel shameful about my fear of spiders. How do you be shameful about a spider, man? Let's say I feel shameful about myself getting a high ego. At the same time, I fear myself getting a high ego. That's not because of the fact that I'm ashamed of it, though, is it? It is, though. I think it is. And this bear was hot, try to believe that I blush it up. Yeah. Feel a little shameful, feel a little embarrassed. Oops, sorry. If you flee from a spider when I was in trouble, from a spider's web, would you be ashamed? Being ashamed because of fear. Am I feeling ashamed because of fear in that situation? Yes, most certainly. Interesting. It is then. Let's start here. But where there is shame, there is also fear. For is there anyone who, in feeling shame and embarrassment, does not also at the same time fear and dread a reputation for wickedness? He is certainly afraid. It is then not right to say, where there is fear, there is also shame. But that where there is shame, there is also fear. For fear covers a larger area than shame. Shame is not. Shame is a part of fear, just as odd is a part of number, with the result that it is not true that where there is number, there is also oddness, but that where there is oddness, there is also number. Shame is not part of fear, just as odd. Fear, just as odd, is part of a number, with the result that it is not true where there is number, there's also oddness. Dude. But that where there's oddness, there's also number. Odd is a part of number, but where there is odd, there is also number. Do you follow me now? Surely. This is the kind of thing I was asking before. Whether where there is piety, there is also justice, but where there is justice, there is not always piety. For the pious is a part of justice. Shall we say that, or do you think otherwise? Socrates is not an. Some would argue that most Athenians were in two main camps. One were all knowledge, could place no words, and thus rhetoric was a path to truth. And the camp of sophists that believed rhetoric was simply a skill. Right. In the introduction, it explains about the sophists. Thus rhetoric was a path to truth, and the camp of sophists believed that rhetoric was simply a skill to win arguments. So seeing this whole thing as semantics is seeing it wrong. That's why. Also, hello, Tata. Interesting. Very interesting. Right, because there's multiple authors. This is not something from Socrates. This is technically from Plato. Plato. Socrates the character. Right. This is the kind of thing I was asking before. Yes, okay. Shall we say that, or do you think otherwise? Where there is justice, there is not always piety. Okay. No, but like that, for what you say appears to be right. See what comes next. If the pious is a part of the just, we must, it seems, find out what part of the just it is. If the pious is part of the just, we must find out what part of the just it is. Now, if you asked me something of what we mentioned just now, such as what part of the number is the even, and what number that is, I would say is the number that is divisible into two equal and not unequal parts. Or do you not think so? Fudge my wrist. I do. Try in this way to tell me what part of the just the pious is, in order to tell Meletus not to wrong us anymore, and not to indict me for ungodliness, since I have learned from you sufficiently what is godly and pious and what is not. I think so, Socrates, that the godly and the pious is the part of the just that is concerned with the care of the gods, while that concerned with the care of the men is the remaining part of justice. Plato was really biased towards sophists and gave them a bad name. Like against them then. I see. Strange. You seem to me to put that very well, but I still need a bit of information. I do not know yet what you mean by care. The care of the gods, the care of the men. For you do not mean the care of the gods in the same sense as the care of other things. As example, that's not everyone knows how to care for horses, but the horse breeder does. So yes, I do mean it that way. So horse breeding is the care of horses. Yes, nor does everyone know how to care for dogs, but the hunter does. That is so. So hunting is the care of dogs, yes, and cattle raising is the care of cattle. Quite so. Well, piety and godliness is the care of the gods, euthyphro. Is that what you mean? It is. Now, care in each case has the same effect. It aims at the good and the benefit of the object cared for. As you can see, that horses cared for by horse breeders are benefited and become better. Or do you not think so? Now, care in each case has the same effect. It aims at the good and the benefit of the object cared for. And that's why care can be used universally in that sense. Thank you for the hygiene. Also, hello, Crafty. Have a good day. Have yourself. Chat needs juice. Juice? Yeah, maybe not. I'd be reading coins on horse cards. I haven't really touched anything about the horse girl game. I don't really care too much. I've never been a horse girl, so I can see. It makes me glad to see like horse racing, just like the act of like racing, you know. It's multiple things. It's not just horse, it's like car racing, it's I mean turtle racing, bro. Anything like that, like the competitions, it's cool. And it's also really strange that we got like that weird like horse race Twitter account in the same year that we got like a massive horse girl game. Now, racing in each case has the same effect. Yes, exactly. Hey, it's interesting. We can literally apply it to the same exact thing that we're talking about. That's pretty cool, no? Whether it's coincidental or what, I don't know. Brock from Pokemon. Passion for breeding Pokemon concerns me sometimes. Dude, Brock is kind of crazy, man. I mean, that guy held a pan above his head. Pretty crazy. The maker of HRT talked about that for a while. How he would have some merits in Yolan. And should? HRT? Horse race tests? Is that what it was? You find a Gungan cares to feed me corn dogs and ibuprofen. I see, okay, I didn't remember what the name was. Racing was the only event in the original Olympics, really? Oh. Wait, why are you saying oh like that? Why did you say oh? Okay, back to it. Now, care in each case has the same factor aims at the good. Yes, I do. So dogs are benefited by dog breeding. Cattle are cattle raising, and so with all the others. Or do you think that care aims to harm the object of its care? By Zeus, no. It aims to benefit the object of its care. Of course, is piety then, which is the care of the gods, also to benefit the gods and make them better? Would you agree that when you do something pious, you make someone of the gods better? Excuse me, sorry. By Zeus, no. Nor do I think that this is what you mean, far from it. But that is why I asked you what you meant by the care of gods, because I did not. I think that's a nerd pie score, man. But that's why I asked you what you meant by the care of the gods, because I did not believe you meant this kind of care. Quite right, Socrates. That's not the kind of care I mean. Very well, but what kind of care of the gods would piety mean? The kind of care, Socrates, that slaves take of their masters, I understand, is likely to be a kind of service to the gods. Quite so. Could you tell me to the achievement of what goal service to doctors tends? Is it not, do you think, to achieving health? I think so. What about service to shipbuilders? To what achievement is it directed? Clearly, Socrates, to the building of a ship, and service to house builders, to the building of a house. Yes. Tell me then, my good sir, to the achievement of what aim does service to the gods tend? You obviously know, since you're welcome, Zombie. You're welcome. You obviously know, since you say that you, of all men, have the best knowledge of the divine. And I am telling the truth, Socrates. Tell me then, by Zeus, what is that excellent aim that the gods achieve, using us as their servants? Many fine things, Socrates. So do generals, my friend. Nevertheless, you could easily tell me their main concern, which is to achieve victory in war, is it not? Of course. The farmers, too, I think, achieve many fine things. But the main point of their efforts is to produce food from the earth. Quite so. Well then, how would you sum up the many fine things that the gods achieve? I told you a short while ago, Socrates, that it is a considerable task to acquire any precise knowledge of these things. But to put it simply, I say that if a man knows how to say and do what is pleasing to the gods at prayer and sacrifice, those are pious actions, such as preserve both private houses and public affairs of state. The opposite of these pleasing actions are impious and overturn and destroy everything. You could tell me in far fewer words, if you were willing, the sum of what I asked you, Euthyphro, but you are not keen to teach me, that is clear. You were on the point of doing so, but you turned away. If you had given that answer, I should not have acquired from you the sufficient knowledge of the nature of piety. As it is, the lover of inquiry must follow his beloved wherever it may lead him. Once more then, what do you say that piety and the pious are? Are they knowledge of how to sacrifice and pray? They are. To sacrifice is to make a gift to the gods, whereas to pray is to beg from the gods. Definitely, Socrates. It would follow from the statement that piety would be a knowledge of how to give to and to beg from the gods. Let me just snooze that. I think we're about to finish. You understood what I said very well, Socrates. That is because I'm so desirous of your wisdom, and I concentrate, thank you for the follow, my mind on it, so that no word of yours may fall to the ground. But tell me, what is this service to the gods? You say it is to beg from them and to give to them. I do. And to beg correctly would be to ask from them things that we need. What else? And to give correctly is to give them what they need from us, for it would not be skillful to bring gifts to anyone that are in no way needed. True, Socrates. Piety would then be a sort of trading skill between gods and men. Trading, yes, if you prefer to call it that. I prefer nothing unless it is true. But tell me, what benefit do the gods derive from the gifts they receive from us? What they give us is obvious to all. There is for us no goods that we do not receive from them. But how are they benefited by what they receive from us? Or do we have such an advantage over them in the trade that we receive all our blessings from them, and they receive nothing from us? What benefit do the gods obtain from our gifts? What they give to us is obvious. How are they benefited? Or do we have such an advantage over them in the trade that we receive all our blessings, and they receive nothing from us? Can't hurt me, demon. I have an apple. Please to bite. What? What? Have be careful. Be careful with the hand saws. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, this part it's nice whenever I'm able to just read without stopping like that. You'll miss me, Crafty? Okay. I don't know where you're going, but good luck. Do you suppose, Socrates, that the gods are benefited by what they receive from us? What else do you think than honor, reverence, and what I mentioned just now to please them? The pious is then euthyphro, pleasing to the gods, but not beneficial or due to them. I think it is of all things most dear to them. So the pious is once again what is due to the gods, most certainly. When you say this, will you be surprised if your arguments seem to move about, instead of staying put? Will you accuse me of being Daedalus, who makes them move, though you are yourself much more skillful than Daedalus and make them go round in a circle? Or do you not realize that our argument has moved around and come again to the same place? You surely remember that earlier the pious and the god-loved were shown not to be the same but different from each other. Do you not remember? I do. Do you then not realize now that what you're saying, that what is dear to the gods is the pious? Is this not the same as the god-loved, or is it not? Certainly is. Either we were wrong when we agreed before, or if we were right then, we are wrong now. It seems to be so. So, we must investigate again from the beginning what piety is, as I shall not willingly give up before I learn this. Do not think me unworthy, but concentrate your attention and tell the truth. For you know it, if any man does, and I must not let you go like Proteus before you leave. Tell me. I see. And Greek mythology is an old man who could keep on changing his form. And so escape being questioned. I see. Maybe we reach 100 today. 100 nerfs. I'll be surprised if we hit like 20, but probably like 16. Depends. I don't know how much longer I'll go. It actually took 4 hours today. Is every Saturday gonna be a full stream like this? We'll see. I have to snooze the ads again, man. Crumbs did it. Yeah, it's probably 16 or so. I don't know why. I don't know why today. It must have been something I ate. I ate grapes. I don't know. Alright. For you know what if any man does, I must not let you go before you tell me. Okay. If you had no clear knowledge of piety and impiety, you would never have ventured to prosecute your old father for murder on behalf of a servant. Right. For fear of the gods, you would have been afraid to take the risk, lest you should not be acting rightly, and would have been ashamed before men. But now I know well that you believe you have clear knowledge of piety and impiety. So tell me, my good euthyphro, and do not hide what you think it is. Some other time, Socrates, for I am in a hurry now. It is time for me to go. What a thing to do, my friend! By going you have cast me down from a great hope I had, that I would learn from you the nature of the pious and the impious, and so escape Meletus' indictment by showing him that I had acquired wisdom and divine matters from Euthyphro, and my ignorance would no longer cause me to be careless and inventive about such things, that I would be better for the rest of my life. So he just gets sick of them. Can you please tell? Dude. Yeah, he's like, keep yourself safe, yeah. So real. Dude, he is kind of real for that. But, like, I don't. Dude, this reminds me of Tupo. Just saying. Probably because I've seen a lot of Tupo. And just the way he talks sometimes. The way he, like, tries to get you into these similar things sometimes. That's so funny. Huh. I have no idea how I would. And that's a good reason to the apology, since you can understand why people want to kill this guy. Yeah, that's a. Huh. Because he's not. I mean, he is, in a way, teaching the boys at the gymnasium, right? The up and coming youth. But he's teaching in the way of this, of debating this debating that I know some people hate Stupo for. So that's why. So that makes sense then. He's not wrong. But it's kind of annoying. Yeah. Like, but to go about it in a different way. To be annoying about it certainly makes it stick in your mind, doesn't it? The way Socrates finds loopholes and scratches your skin is pretty interesting. Yeah, like he does not let up. He defines, so, as a summary, euthyphro, Socrates asks him, please define what is piety and what is impiety. Is it just? Is it just? Is it to be loved by gods? Euthyphro says so. It's to be loved as something that is loved by the gods, right? But oh god. Something Euthyphro cannot find a definition for it. He can only find examples. But once Socrates mentions this, he starts to. He says it's care, then, of the gods. So, is that an example? Is the phrase care of the gods an example? I don't believe so. So that's why it almost fits. It almost fits, but it does not fit. So then he begins to give definitions of what is the care, or the examples of the care. So a definition first, and then examples of said definition. Not an example. No, I think I'm thinking about it wrong. Socrates was the first weirdo, super talkative old guy only wearing a towel in the gym locker room. Dude. Yeah. Shoot, the ads are running soon. Sorry for your ads, shotgun. Strange qualia. Qualia? Oh. I care for VTubers. I am a VTuber bee. Oh. Interesting. Could this connect with the redness and etc. debate some centuries later? I'm not sure. I think you'd like reading about a flower. About the redness debate or this? Flower too cute. Oh, thank you. I find it crazy people talk crap about him when we have nothing written by him. So we have no clue how he really was. I think it's really Ah, man, dude. Shoot. I'm sorry, too. I think it's freaking nuts that, Socrates is not nothing written by himself anywhere. That's what I think is crazy. That's what I think is wild. For someone who has affected so many people, I don't think falling into the trap of definition and semantics is the proper context, since the word piety isn't actually what's being discussed. What's really being discussed is how does one know what's proper to do? So it's rather what's really being discussed is how does one know what's proper to do? So, but I want to tie it to semantics. I want to say the fact that it cannot be defined easily in semantics proves just how blurry it is of a thing. The fact it cannot be defined in words. But that's wrong to think of it in that way, right? Since thing... You have the divine power, say no? Awesome. Congratulations. That power is very strong. People that describe all this up down, yeah, it's crazy. Like Socrates and query, it's nice to understand things as exact as you can and understand where your ideas fall short. Not knowing is necessarily a negative thing. Making claims about the things you don't really know, assuming them factual, is dangerous. I think what I am... Semantics is part of the philosophy of language, but philosophy of language isn't always semantics. That's very... I suppose so. Egyptians, Asians, and Middle Eastern philosophers are writing many more advanced texts. I'll have to explore them in the future. I look forward to exploring more of it. What I'm taking away from it, as of right now exactly, I guess, is, yes, similar to what you're saying, Wolves, is that words, at least the way that Trill sees it, is... Trill is saying it is that it's not about the semantics, it's not about finding the definition of such a thing, but it's, to me it seems more, it's about the difficulty to define something proves how the difficulty it is to define something proves also how difficult it is to come upon a reasonable conclusion over those sort of things, I suppose. Like the hot dog in the sandwich. Okay, hot dog sandwich. Yeah, you could say you're trying to define what a sandwich is. Like, is a hot dog a is a oh shoot, I'm trying to think of the other one. Is it just because it's between two things, you know? Like, oh, what's the other example? Not just a fact. Like, I'm not sure. It's hard. Also, the music stopped. Crumbs. 1 second. Let me fix it. There we go. I don't know, man. It's a lot. It's a lot for a person. If you want to organize your thoughts, you could write about it. Yeah, maybe I'll think about it. Perspective is important to define things. Most of the stuff didn't survive. It's not nice to hear. Awesome. 먹어봐. We could say, 그래서. Yeah, I think I know that guy. I heard he's really wise. Isn't he? Like he's like the inventor, or not the inventor, but like the founder of a lot of like tree nuts, isn't he? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I think this music is good. It was good. Very nice. Maybe I'll save it and we can use this in the future. Also, thank you for the follow, by the way. Overall, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to think of, but my brain can't help to think of it in that sort of sense as of right now. Of some things are very hard to find. It's hard to put some things into words. Especially when you're talking about something as debatable as religion, right? Especially then. Because we're talking about a hot dog being a sandwich is a physical thing. This is something we can put together that we can play with physically in the plane of reality. When we're talking about something as far as judgment of morality, of especially of the gods, it's very, very much harder to define necessarily. Yeah, I have a few spots. Like there was, I think, like 7B. I think I was gonna reread 7B later. This one. I was gonna read this one. I think like 11 somewhere as well. I assume it's just not always a physical thing. It's much easier to abuse. Excuse me. This is very submissive. No, quite the word. Philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence by means of language. By not just... See, that's what I like, that's what I like about, like, learning different languages lets you learn about more things that are not even defined in other languages at all. You know? Like, there's words for things in other languages that aren't in English. But even then, there's more. There's more than just words. Language is... It forces you down to say a certain road. English is the worst language, you think so? I like English because, check this out, dude. So this is the letter I, and this is an L. This is a capital I, and this is an L. That's why I like English. Yeah, pretty interesting though. Having to talk with the chat probably confused you a lot more, or a little more. Perhaps. How's your Japanese going? I haven't studied in a while. Yeah, I've just been doing different things. Looks like you were attempting to create laws. Ah, dude. taste. When I get you. Is this sauce? Dude, sauce is awesome. Kinda agree because it's easy to get caught on a part and miss the whole, but unless you have a lot of time, you approach it by some degree of agency and efficiency. It's not necessary. It's like in a painting. When you paint, to focus on the hair for hours upon end, trying to focus, trying to perfect it. Is it worth it to do that when you could really just work on the hair, work on the body, work on the eyes, finish a piece, and then make a new piece, and once again work on the hair, but in a different way? You get the surface gist, and you get the experience. Still, I don't know about skimming through so fast, but to still but to dwell on certain pieces for so long that's not what it's meant for. It's to see it as a whole and not just its excerpts, perhaps. Philosophy is very much like hair. Well, it's just, it really reminds me, seeing it in that way, it's similar to how when I learned how to paint. When I learned how to paint in the way that I paint, I learned that it's best to not just dwell on things like that. It's best to just get your practice in when you can. To not dwell on it, to not hurt your brain, not rack your brain, just efficient. It's best for me to do cursory reading than a more in-depth reading. That might be a good one. Iteratively, recursively. It's the way we do things iteratively that teaches us how the parts fit with the whole. Right. It's a process we develop as we grow and chew on things over time. Not all at once, but repeated. Too much information of one thing at one time is a lot to handle too. It's a lot to consume. It's a lot. To repeat the process multiple times, right? Iteratively. A repeated manner, with the goal of improvement or refinement. I see, so iteratively is better. Flower thing, flower at once. Dude, I gotta watch that movie. I'm kinda interested. Guys, oh! Dude, oh, I have a good movie that we can watch Monday. Oh, what is it called? Needs to end things? What's it called? Yes, it's called I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Oh, also, hello, Sloth. I hope you're good today. I hope yourself. I forgot to say that to you today. It is not Shrek. I'm Thinking of Ending Things. It's really good. Or at least I really enjoyed it. You can say whatever you want. 6.5. But I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed this. Like, at the least, it's interesting. At the least, it scratches the brain. At the least, it was entertaining. I can say I watched it. Guys, I am so hungry. Holy smokers. Is that it for today's stream? Should I actually, like, play something today? I don't know, man. I'm hungry. And my hands are sticky from the grape peeling. But but I sincerely did not mean to do a full stream of this. So, I'm kind of sorry in that sense. Maybe next time I'll try to speed it up a bit. Ooh, RoboQuest sounds fun. Wait, RoboQuest sounds fun. RoboQuest or Devil Daggers for a little bit? That sounds kind of fun. Never peeled a grape in my life. Dude, I read this article. Were you here when I was talking about it the other day? A certain someone sent an article in the server the other day about like peeling grapes and stuff. It was pretty funny, but I guess it was more entertainment. But it showed that wow. It showed that the percentage of people peeling grapes is rising. I've never peeled grapes before, but I was fidgeting with the grapes. I won't lie, this whole time I've been reading, I've been fidgeting. I've got a ripped napkin. I've got like my water bottle like upside down over here. I've got like the grape peels everywhere, man. Freaking Jesus. But yeah, they were really good actually. I'm gonna peel more grapes sometime. This is my yeah, I just peel them with my fingers and my claws and I mean fingernails. I might play Jack 2 again sometime. I think I would like to. I would like to beat the game. Like Pack Worlds 2. That was fun. That was fun. But I don't think I need to beat the game of Pack World. But Jack 2, that was a game I don't think I ever beat. I think that'd be nice. That sounds grape. Really appealing. Really fruitful snack. It was really good actually. Grape peels are like the favorite part of my grape. I like the pop. Yeah, I like the pop too, but I wanted to try it as well. And it's juicier. It's juicier. This is the first time I've ever tried peeling grapes, guys. I just started doing it and I was like, man, this is good. I'm gonna do that to the rest of my grapes. I don't eat grapes anymore. Too many pesticides for my sensitive immune system. I see, I see. That was actually part of the reason that people were peeling grapes more, is because of the pesticides. Grape peels are, yeah, I like the pop too. Many American grapes are bred to be thick-skinned. Some Asian grapes, like Muscat, have a thicker rind that's easier to peel. I remember that being right. That was in the article. Do you peel hot dogs too? No, but I know a guy who does, and he also only drinks milk, and he also takes the burger off of his like McDonald's burgers, and just eats the burger and not the bun. And like he straight up just asked for milk at like an expensive hibachi place, and he said that was all he'll have. So you had this guy just sitting there drinking milk as like we're all just freaking feasting on like a delicious meal. He's just sitting there with his milk, dude. And guess what? On the way home, we stopped at McDonald's for him, just so he could get some McNuggets. That guy's crazy. It's pretty wild. But mister, do you pretend you're snacking on like eyeballs? No, dude. No, that would be too yucky. I don't like the texture of them, but Mr. Confident, like a person we can trust, says you'll miss out on important nutrients. True, true, true. True. It really changes the taste in an interesting way, but the peel is where all the nutrients are. Yeah, I could definitely feel it to be a more... It felt more desserty, almost, you know? Ah, dude, strawberries are so good. I love strawberries. I'm a milk asker. Gotta ask if they got any. Milk is really good. I get it. Peel the burgers and eat the fat. Ew. Ew. The crumbs. I see. Precisely absorbs true. I have to run to the bathroom though, at the least. I think it's dude, this sounds fun to unwind with like what's it called? With like a random robot quest or something. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. So I think I'm gonna do that. How long are robot? I mean, I'm gonna go to the bathroom anyway, so I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna have to throw the ads at you while I take a break and set everything up for robot quest. Otherwise, if you were here for the philosophy portion, thank you very much for joining me. Every Saturday from now until further notice, I will be discussing philosophy or exploring philosophy in one way or another, whether it's reading or, yeah. Or just discussing. We'll see. I think it's gonna take a while for me to actually grow enough knowledge to philosophically talk for a long while. So it's probably gonna be reading for a while, at the least. But this was a lot of fun. But yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, I'm excited to. I wonder if I should. No, I probably shouldn't. I'll probably just. If anything, maybe I'll reread and write some stuff up about what I think about it on stream or off stream. Yeah. Everything ties together. You can see philosophy in nearly all aspects of life. Yeah, it gives you more perspectives, which I really enjoy. That's what I love to see. Improvement in perspectives and stuff like that. I really enjoy. So, but yeah, so I'm gonna hit you guys with the ads and run to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna play like one run of Verbal Quest. I don't mind the quiet because when you're busy thinking, I gotta think hard too. Yeah, I think when you're doing something like reading philosophy, unless I'm like here, like at the beginning, I was able to kind of start to decipher from each paragraph, so I like to say it out loud like that. Unless I'm doing that, yeah, I think it's good. But yeah, so BRB, okay? BRB. Flower, flower, so cute, BRB.